Searching for meaning in a relentless world. Always connected, but somehow alone. Trapped by illusion. We offer another path where the battle to belong begins. Awakened by a calling, united by purpose, defined by the cause you fight for.
And it's not about you! Work together to get over the hump!
No one can ever take away
You earned this, Marine.
what it means to be among the few, the proud, the Marines.
Welcome to the Esports Arena Battle Blitz. My name is Heatwave, and I'll be your host today. But joining me on the other side of your screen is, of course, Dreads. He is our analyst extraordinaire. Dreads, how are you doing today, sir?
I'm doing great. I'm excited. I wouldn't want to be anywhere else right now. It's been a little while since we've had a big BG tournament, and this should be a blast. A lot of great players. It's going to be a fun day.
It definitely is. And with these players, a lot of them have gone through a grueling bracket of 4 days of qualifiers, over 600 other entries, and they have put their way to the top. And they're going to be going against 8 of the best and well-known Battlegrounds players here that have been invited to kind of give them a final challenge here. And you guys are going to recognize their names once we bring them up on screen. But guys, this event is brought to you by Blizzard, by the Marines, and of course, Bytes Events, and of course, Esports Arena. The guys over at Esports Arena really know their stuff. Some great community events across all sorts of games. But here, Battlegrounds is the highlight of the show.
Yeah, one thing I'm really excited to see is how well do the qualified players do and how well do the invited players do. My guess it will be a good mix, but I think that's a storyline to follow. Do these people that qualify through this grueling format just take over? Or do these established guys, some of them currently on the top of the leaderboard on North America and high up on EU, do those guys come through? So it's going to be a lot of fun, and we're gonna bring it at you all day long.
Yeah, and of course, the people who you guys got used to watching over these last 4 qualifiers, Celissa and Sunglitters, are actually going to be part of those top 8 invitees. So when it comes down to it, we have some pretty big shoes to fill being casters for that. But I know that, Dreads, you've been a top arena player forever. You and your cat Cookie are basically mainstays of Twitch. And when it comes down to it, I mean, I think I'd rate you, a 9.4 out of 10, something like that?
That's a good number. I like that number. But I've BGs is relatively new, so I played more arena in my time on Twitch. But ever since BGs came out, I've just been hooked. Something about being able to just jam those games and see that number go up. Some people say go down when they watch my stream, but I'm sticking to my guns. It's always going up. But it should be fun today.
Yeah, and then some of the other invitees that we got to have. So obviously, we have some big shoes that we are going to be viewing today. We have 12 wins. We have Dog. We have Collins, or Educated Collins, Show, Slissa, Sunglers, Super JJ, and we did have Mr. Wobble Wheezy, who did a great performance throughout the qualifiers and earned this invitee spot, but unfortunately with inclement weather, he is unfortunately unable to participate due to a tornado. So we do have Lee HS, who's going to be taking his place in the invitee spot, and he was of course doing a wonderful job during the qualifiers as well. So I'm looking forward to see how he does as well.
Yeah, I definitely a little disappointed to not have Wobble here. I hang on that guy's stream a lot, and one of the top players in North America, both before and after the reset. But I can definitely tell you guys, Lee is no slouch. I believe he had the #1 spot before the reset. Consistently plays at a high level, so he should definitely be a top contender for taking the whole thing down.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see how now. But before we get into what's going to be interesting about the format or anything of that nature, before we get into pricing and all that stuff, do you have a particular invitee that you are looking at more so than the others? And do you have a particular qualifier that really impressed you during those 4 days of competition?
So for invited players, I'm definitely looking at 12 wins. I might be a little biased in this one because he used to be a arena streamer, one of my kind. So we go way back, but 12 wins is definitely one of the best players, if not the best, in my opinion. Currently, I believe he's #1 in North America. So I definitely want to keep an eye on him, see if he can keep that crown and show that the MMR does really matter even for an event like this. As far as qualified players, I'm going to have to keep my eye on Mason Moon. And the reason for this is he's a mod in my channel, a regular. So if he does well, I'm taking all the credit. He watches my channel a lot. If he doesn't do so well, Mason Moon? Who's that? But I'm excited to see what everyone brings to the table today.
Yeah, there are some amazing plays during all those qualifiers, some really spectacular things. I know that I was learning stuff watching the qualifiers. I know that Sliss and Sun Glitters they were saying that from watching and from casting that they really knew their stuff. So it was quite impressive. But it does look like that
we're jumping into it.
Yeah, going into the action here.
So no Ragnaros. How about that? That's a surprise.
Yeah, obviously Ragnaros is one of those heroes. Yeah, go for it.
Oh, I was just going to say, if you've been paying attention to the qualifiers, Ragnaros has been the best hero by far. HS Replay stats show that it is the best hero right now. So I think the lobby is probably breathing a slight sigh of relief to not have to play against that right now.
Yeah, it does look like that. We're going to be making sure that we are watching the correct stream here. We are a little bit behind. We're going to make sure that we're on this. So I am now on our Discord program to make sure that we're not behind anymore. So I'm on this track, but we're going to make sure that Dreads is. Again, apologies for this. This is obviously new for all of us over here. Some technical difficulties. Sorry for the delay. All right. So it looks like we're back. Dreads, are you online with me, watching live gameplay?
I'm good. Yeah. I'm up to date. Sorry, I was had the wrong stream open. I potatoed the start, but we're all caught up now.
I think we're all on the same page. So now that we are caught up, apologies for that, guys. Also, too, just to make sure for all of you watching and that we're definitely getting on our case for not being on top of things, you can actually make sure that you guys can win stuff by doing the command !point giveaway. Make sure you guys can get some cool Hearthstone swag. So before we get more into this game, you guys can win cool stuff like this notebook. So let's get into the gameplay now that we're officially behind, but in it right now. So
a very Murloc, or should we say vegan, based on Crip loves playing Murloc. So it's one of the terminologies that's kind of stuck in the battleground scene is if you got a Murloc board, you're going vegan. Definitely early, so he doesn't have to. Go ahead. No, go ahead.
Oh yeah, definitely something that I definitely miss is like all these massive Murloc builds. But right now, Elementals are king, as I'm sure everyone who's played Battlegrounds since this last patch knows.
Yeah, I've definitely lost a lot to Elementals, and I'm sure I will lose many more games to Elementals. So the thing that Dog is thinking about right now is can I get a 5-drop? Because in the current meta, getting a powerful 5-drop is normally how you win. So he's trying to figure out if there's a way to do it here, or if he just needs to take the 4-drop and hope to spike another triple down the road. The 5-drops that people are generally looking for now are Nomi if it's super early, Rag, maybe it's a little bit later, but both very good, and Bran, I would say, are like the real powerful ones.
Yeah, for those of you who have been with us these during qualifiers, it's something that Slissa and Sunglers were basically constantly talking about, and something that I think a lot of the figureheads of Battlegrounds and Hearthstone have been talking about is that Tavern 5 is where the real power is. There's the huge scaling potential of Nomi and Rag, or Little Rag, I should say, not to get confused with the Hero Rag, which is also just as busted,
Very strong,
for lack of a better term, too.
Yeah, so Dog elected to freeze here, basically, so he can take the 5-drop immediately here. So he'll level up, take it, and hopefully he's good at the game. If you're good at the game, you hit one of those. I guess we'll find out how good Dog is today.
Well, it's also, too, this is a pretty stacked lobby where he's going against both the former casters of the qualifiers, Sunglers, Slissa, and also Snow. Mr. Purple, also a top point earner as well. Mason Moon, your crowd favorite for anyone who knows you. We have Artem Beast and Sapphire. Sapphire also was doing extremely awesome plays. But we do have that Mama Bear. An early Mama Bear, Beasts can kind of pop off, but it seems like Beasts are nowhere near the power level where they used to be.
Yeah, so you're right on that. I mean, this is not what he was looking for, but it's not a disaster by any means. Sometimes you hit 3 5-drops and you're like, well, do I just leave now, or well, what's my backup plan? This one, it can definitely carry you through the mid game. He probably considered the Baron a little bit because he has a selfless, but it's not really great at this point. So I think that was a pretty easy Mama Bear, and although I would say this is a miss, it's not necessarily a disaster. As long as he fills up his board with some beasts over the next couple of turns, he should be okay. If he hit spikes another triple, then he might just say, I'm not doing the beast too.
Yeah, there's also something that always pains me when your opponent has a Spawn of N'Zoth first, and you attack first, and you attack into the Spawn of N'Zoth. Just why couldn't you just attack anything else? That always just kind of breaks my heart.
Of all of the spawns.
Yeah, it's always a 1 to 7.
That's a universal
Feels
feeling. I went first. I went first into the spawn.
Basically
right, so
giving your opponent 2 in a row.
Yeah, exactly. He's got some beasts here. These aren't the best beasts, but he would really like a Hydra. Would be since he's on tier 4, that's probably the best beast he can hit. But these are okay. I wonder if he'll try to hero power the triple chance, or if he wants to buy it now. I do think he'll.
This is what he's looking for, though. He's keeping around a lot of Murlocs. I would be shocked if he doesn't pick up this Poison Fin.
Yeah, the thing about the poison is I think what Dog is making the decision now is like Murlocs aren't happening anymore. So this is something that happens a lot in Battlegrounds, where it's like you have a plan, but then when you miss on that 5-drop, it's very difficult to continue with the plan you had.
But that's the thing. He saw the Khadgar and now is able to pop up with the Khadgar Mama Bear and the token comps, getting able to get huge cats over and over again, and a brand too. This is exactly what we were talking about prior to going on live, is that Dog is one of those players that will completely change his board out of nowhere and just get some huge power plays. But it does look like right after we see a huge power play, we're going to see the opposite side of the show versus him.
Yeah, my boomer brain was trying to figure out, okay, he's ditching the Murlocs, but I was 2 steps behind on the fact that he had already decided to go brand Khadgar stuff. So this should make for some pretty fun turns coming up. I think he'll be planning to he's fine here. He'll probably be planning to basically replace his whole board if he gets offered tokens. So he's just going to be looking for tokens on this next turn.
Yeah, and here we go. And the Mama Bear lives, so that means Dog is going to be hitting Show for quite a bit of damage, 15. But as Millhouse, Show has a lot of potential to be able to just let his health be a resource, sit back, and take some hits for now.
Yeah, so this is now the kind of the decision point, I think, right? Where Dog's like, okay, do I want to buy this Hydra? Do I want to commit to the to finding more tokens. It seems like he's unsure, and I'm unsure what the best line is either. Like, he doesn't have a bad board, so it seems like he's just gonna, at least for now, go with the beast and the mama, and then maybe at some point, if he gets a bunch of tokens, he'll change his mind. But it's not a bad board at this stage of the game by any means.
Yeah, and there we do see the unusual double ghoul, but when you're Millhouse, sometimes you have to keep doubles, and you know what? It ends up paying off. He gets the triple with Millhouse, and that is a huge power spike. Being able to keep Millhouse and actually get golden cards is huge, because if you don't, Millhouse is kind of tough, because rerolling costs so much when it comes to this game.
Yeah, it really is. Millhouse is just a totally different play style, basically. You just if you roll, you're losing. And one of my, I think it was Slister who was the first person I heard mention this kind of mantra. If you have a good shop, you buy it. If you have a bad shop, level up. It's a good strategy.
Definitely appreciate this. And again, really showing his chops, going to the limit, using all his gold. It looked like he wanted to try to sneak in a roll, but he didn't have the gold for it, so he didn't really get any lackluster plays there. Ooh, that's always something. When I see something pop out of that pilot or Sneed's old shredder, I always wanted to stick around sometimes. And Little Rack is exactly that card that you just wish you just had in general. But unfortunately, Show is going to, it looks like, lose this due to these tokens, these hyenas popping out of the Savannah Highway. And he was favored.
Yeah, sorry, I'm making sure I got the the right stream going. Just give me 1 second. Jumping around. We'll get the flow as things get going.
Yeah, so this is also a really interesting setup here when it comes to how Show had his board. Generally having the Divine Shield taunt Sneed's old shredder first, instead of the Mega Wind Fury 4-1. Again, the Mega Wind Fury doesn't really matter too much if you're going to be having a 1 health minion. But when it comes down to it, he's really cranking out these elementals right now. Only he had no.
Yeah, I've had some
something.
I've had some pretty fun games where I'm able to. I remember Alakir game where I had the Mega Wind Fury Giver and let's say called the half cleave elemental, and I basically one shot the entire board because I buffed it so much, and the other guy was playing Beast. It was like, well, there went his board. He doesn't really have that kind of firepower right now, though. He's definitely just trying to get as many stats as he can with Bran. And, I end up with these kind of builds pretty often where, don't necessarily have the best menagerie targets, but you can kind of make it work. He does have 2 Divine Shields, which isn't bad. And if you can triple this crowd favorite, that would be huge, too.
Yeah, and this is one of those comps that Millhouse, it really shows you the power of Millhouse, just because he's able to do so much with only a few minions. That's why elementals are so good. He can cycle through a lot of stuff, or the battle cries. Crowd favorite, I don't know about you, Dreads. I haven't seen a decent crowd favorite build since this new meta, but it looks like Show is doing it. These things are not small by any stretch of the imagination. It looks like they're going to get the job done.
Yeah, I mean, crowd favorite is definitely a unit that's much better as Millhouse. There's no doubt about that. And I've seen it every now and then. It's not a unit I pick up a lot because it doesn't get buffed by as many things, and it can't get Divine Shield. So it's kind of a filler unit most of the time. But because he has 2 of them, I do think there's a chance. Wow, and he just took down Artem Beast there. Two first casualties.
Definitely not pure happy right now. That's for sure.
So I guess he's thinking, do I want to stay on 4? Looks like staying on 4 is the plan. Because this is normally what I do when I have Bran.
He could go into.
Yeah, so you want to triple into 5s, right? So now he has 2 pairs, and it's weird in this meta. Normally you'd love to triple into 6 drops, but these days. Not so much.
Oh, speak of the devil, that's the triple that he was looking for. And we do see at the bottom of your leaderboard on the rankings over here on your left-hand side of the screen, that Alakir death is Celissa, and Dog did over 30 damage to an Alakir early game. So whatever the Dog pop off, yeah, Dog was absolutely going off with Khadgar and Beast build. That was Or was the peer mad? Well, hold on 1 second.
Yeah, I mean, once we saw Dog with both the Chadgar and the brand, we knew things were going to happen because he's one of the guys. If you watch the stream at all, he pulls out that stuff a lot. I think basically Dog or Dreads are the people they say that are best with brand Chadgar. It's close.
Oh yeah, that's what all the kids are saying.
Yeah,
these days. Yeah, for sure.
All right, looks like
No
it's super
there.
favored here, but likely going to be lethal too. So this is Sun. Sun is playing Yogg. Bit too many stats on the Millhouse side here.
That's the thing. The only way that this was not going to go into lethal was that if this Reflecto bot was going to be getting all of the shield resets, which it did not. So this is death.
Needed a miracle, basically. Looking at the stats. See how many other people died. This is normally around the turn where multiple people will go down. So we'll see if we're in the top 4. And we are.
Yeah, there we go. And that means with this championship tournament tour, at the end of the last qualifiers were going in, basically a lot of players had to go for the win to make it to this championship round. They had to do some more risky things to be able to get there. However, now with the championship, sometimes it's just more money if you just keep hitting consistent top 4. So the strategy that people are going to be going into this is going to be changing depending on what they're looking for.
Yeah, I think that's one thing about this meta that makes it a little tough to navigate. Is it's harder, in my opinion, to secure a top 4 because enough people high roll that if you don't also high roll, you're oftentimes not going to be able to kind of stall it out in the mid game like you once were able to. So it definitely, I mean, if I was playing the tournament, my strategy would definitely be to try to get wins because I think that's also the best way to assure you get top 4s. All right, got to hit the triple here. Triple Cyclone. Looks like going to take the 5. You kind of have to, right? You can't really level here. Another Murazond. Come on, go for the golden Murazond. Not going to do it.
I'm pretty sure his other opponent didn't have Murazond, but that's normally Murazond doesn't stick around.
Well, yeah, my greedy hope was that he would greed one of the Murazons or play them both on the board and then try to hit a third one the next turn. But that's because I'm greedy. Way too greedy.
There you go. Ooh, I normally like these Deadly Spore up front. It's something that can really answer a lot of things, but we do have Daryl playing that righteous protector. And being able to survive or soak up that poisonous feels good for this Daryl. Plus, I'm just pure bias, letting everyone know I'm rooting for Daryl all the time. Daryl's my boy. He's been my favorite since the beginning of Battlegrounds. So every time I see Daryl, rooting for that little top end.
Wow, you're one of the few Daryl fans. I think a lot of us are like Daryl, kind of boring, but not Heatwave. Heatwave's on Team Daryl.
I know it's your boy Mason Moon too, so you gotta root for someone, right?
Gotta pull for him. All right, we're back to this is Dog here. Yep, back to Dog, and so this is the kind of the end result of all of the brand Chadgar stuff. That is a golden Mama Bear, right? That is
golden 14-14 Mama Bear at 22-22 Tabby Cat. And we do have the triple for the Hydra coming in too. Going to add some much needed stats, but he's also going to be looking to possibly sell one of these smaller minions to get more stats on the Mama Bear buff on the second Cave Hydra before he gets the triple.
That's exactly right. He's considering, do I want to ditch one of these big beasts for more stats on the Hydra? Kind of depends on how strong he thinks the opponent is. I mean, it's definitely better going forward to get the extra stats, so it looks like he's going to go for it. As long as he hits a beast, it's okay. If he doesn't hit a beast, okay, an Amalgadon? I was trying to think if Zap was good against him, but...
Yeah, what do you think about the choice between selling the 22-22 over the 15-15 with an upside of possible 5/5s there with the Dire Horn?
So the thing is, I think Dog's right on this one because the Dire Horn, although it does have some upside, it's probably not overkilling much at this stage of the game. Like, you might think 15-15 is a lot, but there's a good chance it just like does some chip damage on something. So I think dog is like I just it it's one of those things where it's a close call, right? He decided to keep the dire horn, but I don't know. I think I may have just kept the big cat there. Hard to say.
Yeah. Also, too,
This
it's something
looks
that
like
I
it's a lot
find
bigger,
dire
right?
horn seems to be something that has kind of lost a lot of its power recently because divine shields are so prevalent, and it almost kind of like a lot of cleaves or the wildfire elemental, the half cleave elemental, is that there's so many divine shields that it just doesn't get that cleave effect off, or the poisonous effects or things of that nature. There's so many divine shields, it's tough for the dire horn to get those overkills or just die immediately.
Yeah, I agree with you. I mean, I misspoke a little bit at the start. I was thinking the dog had kept the token, but he went for the dire horn. We'll see how it works out. I mean, I didn't see if it overkilled in that fight. I don't think it did, but definitely something to keep an eye out. I mean, the thing is, that's the next unit that goes, right? The dire horn is probably the weakest thing on his board, so he's got 2 Myexness here. It doesn't have much time left.
Yeah, he's also
What he's
going
looking
up
for is
against
a Baron.
Mason.
Sorry, Goldrin. Go ahead.
Yeah, he's going against Mason Moon at Daryl, so you know that there's going to be beefy minions here. So the 15-15 is almost never going to get a kill. We do have, and he decides not to go with that second
He
Myexna
wants
here. It looks
poison.
like that he's really looking to beef up these Amalgadons, but not coming up lucky here.
Because with only having beasts on the board, those they're not getting many adapts, so the chances of getting poison on him is a little low. Obviously, if he does hit the Toxfin, then they're the nuts. So he's keeping him around. But yeah, a little unfortunate. But you can't complain too much when your whole board is beasts. Well,
Yeah,
one thing
I
to think
also
about too
really
is
do
Daryl.
like keeping those rat packs. Yeah, because that's something that's going to be able to give him a lot of lasting power into the later parts of the combat round. So even though they're probably both not going to get a lot of value, one of them can swing the game wildly in his favor to be able to just clean up like Daryl, who's 1 health.
It's not every day you have a golden mama bear, so it definitely makes Rat Pack a lot better than it normally is at this stage of the game. And one thing just to note, with Daryl, normally they kind of fall off. So Daryl's like, if you get top 4 with Daryl, you're pretty happy. And I think Mason Moon's probably pretty happy to get to this spot. I don't think I'll have quite enough stats to take down this fight, but yeah, anytime you get a top 4 with Daryl, you're like, okay, that's probably what it was expected, and I'll take it.
Yeah, Daryl's definitely someone where you have to kind of. I was actually teaching one of my friends about how to play Daryl. You have to kind of build building blocks. You get one big unit, then another big unit, but it does take a toll on your tavern tier leveling. So by the time you get to the end game with Daryl, it's something where you simply just can't keep up with the best heroes in the game. You can't really do those crazy comps. It's something that your single powerful units can do. But there's the triple Malgadon. Do you take it, Dritz?
It's interesting. Without poison on them, I think it's close. He's going to elect to not do it. I think the double divine shield means it's probably a good call. I would guess if one of those Amalgadons didn't have divine shield, he would have taken it because, at that point it's probably not a bad play. But he's still hoping to find a Toxfin, but it seems to be eluding him. He just hasn't been able to find that Toxfin, and he hasn't been able to find a Goldrin either, right? I mean, he's been on tier 6 for a while now, and his comp is a lot stronger if he finds a Goldrin.
Yeah, I do like the switch. Generally, the multiple rat packs aren't going to get lots of value. The Savannah Highmane is just more stats and more practical in this way. But yeah, not getting that poisonous on the Amalgadons is definitely going to bite him a little bit here, especially against a Lich King who can make some really big boards. But though he is primarily mechs don't normally end up doing a lot of damage in the late game.
We'll see. I don't remember if we've seen the board. So this is basically just Divine Shield poison. So this is a build that is pretty popular right now just because a lot of people are making these big elementals and just boards full of stats, and that little 1/1 poison can take him down. So he's got the Baron and the Selfless. Well, I think Dog's looking okay here though so far. Yeah, with that hit, now we're getting the full value off of the Rat Pack. It looks like Dog will be fine here.
Yeah, Brat Pack is insurance against exactly this kind of build. I really like keeping that token. He was offered a lot of macaws, possibly that maybe he got offered a Goldrun. Maybe he was able to transition into that kind of parrot build. But you know what? This was able to take out the Divine Shield Poisonous comp wonderfully. 100% win rate.
So now it's actually the two players that we've been following the most in this first round. It's Show versus Dog here, right, for the finals. Let's see.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see what Show has come up with here with that Millhouse play. But he had some pretty beefy elementals, so it's going to be interesting to see what happens.
Yeah, I'm trying to remember what he had. He had a Golden Crowd favorite, right, and Bran. So it's been a lot of turns since we've seen him. So I'm excited to see what his board looks like. So
Casual triple selfless.
Yeah, he can't really take it though, right?
Yeah.
He already has one frozen. So he's gonna hope this is good enough. And he's freezing here, of course, for the Toxfin. Finally. Yeah, we'll see. We'll see if it's enough. This is how Bob works. When you're about to die, he gives you exactly what you need. That's why I'm not on Team Bob. A lot of people are on Team Bob. Me, I wouldn't invite him over for Thanksgiving dinner. I'm just saying that.
I know, but I mean, at least he's always rooting for you and no one else, right?
No. He says that to everyone. I'm not letting his lies get in my head.
Twitch chat. It's okay. He's rooting for you always. I got Bob's back.
Right, so
I'm on Team Bob.
So he's got two of the those spores. One of the new units in Battlegrounds, and it didn't look like they got great value here, right?
Yeah,
looks
but
like
this
Dog
crowd
just has
favorite
too many
did
stats.
get gold. Tons of stats on the crowd favorite though. But yeah, you're right. This golden mama bear is just paying massive dividends, and
It's
the
just doing
Zephyrs
work.
coming out of the death rattle is not going to be enough stats anyway. So
And that's
Dog
way
is
more than
gonna
enough damage there.
clean it up. That was quite the performance by Dog. And again, we had that kind of signature completely switching up his board and getting first place. Show coming up with that second place as two. Great performances by both of them. And now we're going into the second lobby that we have here for round number one. It's Super JJ that we're following here on the Reno with a pretty massive golden elemental board. Look at that wildfire elemental, a 111, 103. Wow.
Those are some big elementals. I'm guessing he had Nomi at some point, given the fact that there's a 55-54 in the shop. Something tells me that may have been buffed. But yeah, these are giant stats. I don't know if Jandis has pogos. We just jumped into this game. I don't know if mechs are a thing, but we'll just have to see. That is a lot of stats.
Yeah, I definitely like this selfless hero. It is something that can just simply completely enable these massive minions that are so meta right now. Once something gets huge, sometimes another slightly medium-sized minion isn't going to be nearly as good. But yep, there's that massive pogo, and it's going to actually eat
Divine
this
Shield
elemental
on the selfless. That's the worst. That nothing feels worse. I don't think there's much of a chance here, anyways. To be fair, I think it was probably very very one-sided. But oh man, that hurts. It does take
enough
minimal
damage
though.
Mm-hmm. That was some great trades in the favor of Super JJ there. He was never going to win that fight, but that Jandis, Jandis is kind of something that is never going to really kill you. It's going to be a slow, painful, excruciating death with those massive pogos.
Yeah, so I guess JJ's trying to figure out how he gets stronger here, right? So one big thing would be get the triple selfless. That would definitely help. That is a pretty big gar. But
These elementals are huge.
Yeah, he's got a lot of stats. I mean, he a Baron and one more selfless would probably be the best thing he could hit. But he's going to definitely go for this gar. We have to notice that has a ghost here. So that means that effectively has 2 turns to get stronger, which you normally alter your play a bit in these cases because unless the ghost was really strong, you're not going to die on that turn.
Yeah, And when it comes down to it too, this is something where you have to think about what place are you going for. Are you going to try to think that it can Van Cleef, or from your knowledge from earlier, we don't know what Van Cleef is running right now, but is Van Cleef possibly going to tie or win against Jandis? Are you going to start building your board trying to look for that poisonous, more divine shields, things like that, which unfortunately he was not offered. So it looks like that he's going to have one more round to hopefully find whatever he thinks that will beat Jandis.
Yeah, we don't know what Edwin has, but it's pretty rare for a Jandis to lose with two big pogos and divine shield set up. So I'd be surprised. All right, let's see. Now we get to see it. So
yep, this is the 12 wins. This is Edwin. Yep.
Pretty
yeah,
good
and
stats.
He has the poisonous to take care of the massive pogo number 1. There was another poisonous minion, but we also have this Khadgar's Apprentice. More mechs, more divine shield refreshes. It's something exactly we need. And there's still chance for up, but there it goes. We do not have any more refreshes.
Yeah.
We don't have enough attack to kill this minion.
But with another reset from the other Deflecto, he's fine. Yeah, those are huge Deflectos. I mean, it's very rare, and obviously with Edwin, you can pump them up a bit, but those were some big Deflectos, and he takes it down. Wow, with mechs.
Yeah, that was amazing. It's something that just coming in quick at the end of it, or right as combat is starting, you don't see that slight death rattle icon underneath the effect of the lightning bolt. But there, wow, that secret little replicating menace that was magnetized on that second Deflecto. Great stuff from
All
so now we get to see what happens.
Yeah, the question is, does Collins have enough stats to deal with the elementals? My feeling is yes, but the Nether turn to scaling, we'll have to see. I'm guessing.
This is
looks like he's
great stuff here.
Buffing them up.
Yeah, he's been able to keep scaling, buy a lot of buff minions, keep scaling, and also then finish on a Myexna and a hero power to get even more stats. So this is something where if you were Reno the turn before, you might have been looking for something like poisonous, something small, maybe deadly spores, but now he's going to get something completely opposite, refreshing divine shields, and this board looks super scary.
Yeah, hitting another poison is huge. I mean, whenever you're able to replace your buff units, your buffers with a poisonous minion at the end, that just feels great. Gives you a big power spike, and based on the size of the elementals, I think Edwin will be favored, but we'll see, because it's been another turn, and there was a lot of scaling on the other side. Has the ghoul.
Yeah, he definitely knew what his opponent was running, but that Wind Fury definitely cleaned up. He was able to use its divine shield super effectively. Quite an impressive play. Oh, and the wildfire elemental. That's
not what you wanted to see if you were pulling for Collins here. That was the brutal hit. Snipes both Deflectos in one swing, and that's going to be it.
My heart hurts for 12 wins. That was amazing, though. I don't think I've ever seen a wildfire elemental snipe such important units before. And when it comes down to it, he also played exceptionally well. He had the ghoul. He knew exactly what was coming from his opponent. He didn't overindulge in trying to beat the Jandis, and he knew exactly how to do it. That was brilliantly played to win Bloody.
Yeah, the extra turn with the ghost gave him a chance to really prepare for that fight, and hitting the ghoul was huge. Obviously, if that wildfire goes into, let's say, the egg or something, it's a very different story. But with that attack order, it was there was just no chance, and it was a close match. Now we can see the leaderboard here, and we saw both winners. So Dog and Super JJ come out on top. 12 wins show second or third and fourth, and let's see, we're quite a few of the qualified players getting good points there, it seems like, right?
Yeah, it does look like that. Generally, we do have all those invitees up at the top there, but we do have a big list of those other players down there at the bottom that are still not out of the money or prizing yet, but man, a great performance by Dog, Super JJ, 12 wins and show. All of them were just really like showing everyone why they were invited to this tournament. Yes. So now we're going to be going into this this next game here. We're going to be looking in through the eyes of Slissa. So we're going to be looking to see what Slissa might have learned from this, but we're going to be bringing that up right now. Ooh, the choices here. Dreads, tell me,
all right,
who do you go with when you're
easy
offered
one
this
there.
Lackluster?
Hold on one second. 1 second. Wow, those are brutal. Oh man. Oh,
It does look like that's.
Oh boy. I don't like Edwin.
We just saw Edwin win though.
True, but you know I've seen Galacrons win. I've won with Eudora. That doesn't mean that I want it as my hero.
Very true.
One good thing hero though is a token starter.
Yeah, and we do see Rag being played by Artem Beast here, and Kael'thas being played by Dog. So this is quite another stacked lobby that we hear. And we do see that Slissa was channeling Ragnaros with her cup, trying to get it herself, but was unable to, as I drink from my Hearthstone mug. Maybe better luck next time, Slissa. She really wants Rag.
I've got my water too. We're matching today, by the way, chat. Look at this. Yeah. Wait. Oh, over more. There we go.
Cheers.
Matching casters.
And so tell me, this is something that I was having kind of a really big debate on, whether or not you like Selemental over the tokens. And I was arguing for the tokens in and out because you could generally sell the 1/1 immediately versus the Selemental that you have to invest later in. But someone was trying to argue that Selemental was better early than tokens. What do you think about that situation?
So for me, and it's probably a little bit debatable, but for me, I like the Selemental more than the 1/1 token, but I like the Murloc token the best. And so the reason for that is as far as combat stats on the turn that you play it, 2 and a 1/1 is definitely better than a 2/2, right? But when it comes to 2 1/1s versus a 2/2, that's pretty comparable. And then on the turn that you sell off the Selemental, which is normally 5 gold where you buy 2 units, it's much better to have a 2/2 than a 1/1. So that's where I'm at on it. And you know, with any of them, you're not upset because getting a token is such a huge advantage in this game.
Definitely. And we do see here that this is a double Alakir lobby. This is actually a lobby that I would almost be kind of afraid of playing Ragnaros in. I mean, not that you feel bad about Ragnaros, but when Ragnaros loses is when there's super powerful early game heroes that just don't let their minions die. And when it comes down to it, having 2 Alakirs as well as a Reno that might gold a minion early, sometimes you just don't get the kills, and that's how you lose if you're Ragnaros. So I wouldn't say that Ragnaros is the end-all be-all here. This might be the time that we see Ragnaros not be able to pull it off.
Yeah, I've definitely had some people, power level against me when I'm playing as Rag, just because they probably had a somewhat weak shop, and they're like, I can mess up the Rags game plan if I level, and maybe it'll work out for me. So you can have those disaster games with Rag where it doesn't work out, but most of these players, since they're so good, they're gonna prioritize early game. They're not going to be greedy when they get Rag because they know how good it is later. So I'd be pretty surprised if they get knocked out, before they get their hero power online.
Definitely, yeah. It's almost always going to get online. It's something that I would not be surprised if we see a nerf relatively soon for that Ragnaros or Little Rag Nomi, just elementals in general. But also too, this is something where I don't know if you know this, but Slissa and I actually first she played in a tournament put on by another production company, and every time that we've been together, it's generally something that we've been put into where there's a change in the meta or something mid-tournament. Mm-hmm. So both of us are kind of used to this kind of colossal flip, and this happened during the qualifiers, but I'm definitely very glad that it didn't happen right now, because that kind of throws everything.
Yeah, I remember that.
Chaos.
I do remember that tournament. Yeah, Slissa was talking about it. It was like the day before or something, and it messed everything up. But if I remember correctly, she she was able to adapt quickly. So maybe she's also going to be able to adapt quickly to a new BG meta.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be interesting to see how it goes. And we almost get a tie, but with the scaling of the hyenas, we do see Dog coming out victorious. Lissa's taking some hits early here.
Yeah, this is the problem with Edwin. It doesn't really make sense to use your hero power until not this turn, but the next turn. And you only really get great use from the hero power if you hit a Divine Shield unit at this point in the game. So, it can be tough in the early going. Hopefully, her next shop is huge for Slissa. Kind of will probably determine how likely she is to have a good showing in this game.
Yeah, I'm completely there with you. Basically, every time that I've had a good game with Van Cleef, it's actually when I'm not hitting the hero power and I'm just finding great units early. And then basically, that was actually my perfect game was with an Edwin in this meta. And it was just because I almost never used that extra gold for his hero power. Is always just in perfect minions and just getting gold after gold and just getting super lucky.
That's how you know the hero isn't that good, right? When the way that you win with them is you high roll, But I still think Edwin's okay, right? I mean, and if you hit a cleave, then it can be really, really strong. So has a chance in this fight.
Yeah, but every single time these minions are getting value trades here, that percentage just drastically drops off. There's just so many large minions on the side.
Once the biggest minion went in there, went into her big harvest golem went into the minion that already free killed, it was going to be tough.
Yeah, but we'll take a tie any day of the week.
Yeah, take it every time.
Oof.
All right, so let's see.
Another match against Drag.
And already 40 health with the hero power online. Did I see that correctly?
Yes, sir.
Oh boy.
Oh boy, it's right. You can tell by Slissa's face that she is not necessarily a happy camper right now.
Yeah, that's where you get a little angry at the lobby, unless they're your friends. Like, how did you guys let Rag be 40 HP and just now getting the hero power to slap me? You know what? Come on.
Just blame your friends. Casual,
Not in a friendly way. Not like anger, just like you messed up.
I blame my friends for everything. Anytime that I queue in a lobby, just, oh man, why didn't you do this? Or, oh man, you hit me for 40. Why did you do that?
See, as a streamer, it's different. We just blame chat for everything. Like, if I make a poor play, then chat suggested it. And that's why I lost that lobby. I would never lose if I didn't take the advice of chat. All right, let's see what Reg's got. Yeah, already hit a divine
strong
shield
early
unit,
game
so,
comp.
That's basically what you do as Rag. Is you want to find one more divine shield unit here, and then you're kind of set for leveling up because you just get so many stats. Plus 8 each turn is it's just a lot. Some might say too much.
You're very right. I actually love this placement of the selfless hero, something that is able to kind of guarantee that the buffs from the Spawn of N'Zoth go off, and then when more minions die, you kind of know that your higher attack minions are going to be alive, or something with higher attack, so then you know the Divine Shield is going to get extra value. Really like that positioning there. Unfortunately, it was unfortunate for Slissa, though.
Yeah, it was smart positioning, and really just the buff unit at the end was too much for her to deal with. This is just a really brutal game for Slissa. Like there is a sign of hope. So you can see how quickly she goes to get that deflecto. That is that is a good thing to see. I'm a little worried it's a bit too late. But we'll have to see. One thing to note about Edwin is you always want to buy that the 3/3 pirate because it buffs your hero power. Kind of similar to the KT interaction. Don't pass that when you're playing certain heroes. So if you're just buying and selling one more unit here to get one more buff, all of the eggs are in the deflecto basket here.
Definitely. And I consider myself a Deflecto gamer. I love this card. I like playing mechs. It's probably one of the reasons why I don't win as often as I do. I really like it, getting that satisfaction of refreshing the Divine Shield. But I really like this positioning too. We have the Harvest Golem able to get the refresh on the shield immediately. And that bomb on the far right does have a replicating menace strapped to it, magnetized to it. But
no, that was the
eaten.
one hit. Brutal.
It's definitely the heartbreaking way. But this is actually a win. Yeah.
Barely
Replicating
okay,
menace
but
for the win again.
93%. You don't want it to be that close, but yeah, that was hey, a win's a win, right?
And we get the ghost. Lissa, Phoenix fam, is definitely happy
did we see
about
who was
this
out?
one.
Hey, Weeb, did you notice who she moused
This is
over
the
briefly
Reno
got knocked out?
I didn't see who it was though.
Okay.
I didn't catch.
Wondering if if they took a bunch of damage. I mean, it's pretty. What, turn 8? Mason Moon, I guess is the one that went out. My Mason Moon.
But, I was about to say, are you pretending like you don't know who that is now? Jeez.
Oh man, must have probably just been watching too many other streamers, messing with his game.
Definitely.
Got to be that. So get a little bit of a free turn here. With
finally
the
selling those
Deflecto,
doubles.
should be okay.
Yeah, we had those 2 water droplets, one of the cutest cards ever. Unfortunately, no longer cute. It's not necessarily a power. But yeah, it looks like that we're going to see after Sissa goes against the Ghost here, we're going to switch to the other caster of our qualifiers, Sun Glitters. And she's on that natural Alakir, as opposed to the Sir Finley Murgleton Alakir here.
Also playing some mechs in this lobby. Interesting. Doesn't have the Deflecto though, which is kind of the that's kind of the basis of the comp. This looks like a try to stay alive type board.
It definitely does look like that. That's something too that is really always interesting about meta and Battlegrounds, is that if there's one super powerful card or a handful of super powerful cards that everyone kind of instantly picks, like we saw Slissa, like see the Deflecto bot and instantly get it, those are minions that you can't always rely on, or if everyone's going for them, being able to transition or look for something that's not as desirable, get golds, power level, that's just sometimes always the way to go when there's something that everyone looks for.
Yeah, it's always the question of, do you want to wow, that was a great first hit. Sorry, I was going to say something else, but snipes the Mama Bear instantly and tried to take down the Baron as well. Unfortunately, looking at the numbers, might not be enough.
What we saw quite a bit is that the Scavenging Hyena is getting out of control way too fast, and there's just not enough stats on the board to be able to combat it anymore. This Security Rover is going to be able to do some work, but there's just, again, not enough. It's
close, yeah, just barely not enough. But that's not bad damage. I mean, I think when you're 6.9% to win, I don't think you could be too mad about taking 6
chip
right?
damage for sure. All right, there's a triple. And we do have the 5, but this is something that Sun Glitters was constantly talking about when she was casting, is that this is something where 5s are super powerful right now, but is it too late to go for one of the scaling 5 Tavern Tournaments?
Yeah, I think what she decided here is that she needs something that gives tempo right now. And the 6 drops, although they aren't necessarily as much direction, they can give you, a big boost the turn they're played. And I think she decided, I really, my board's not very, very strong. I need to do something that can help keep me alive. And I don't think the foe is a bad hit. She's kind of leaning mechs. Yeah, she's going to pick that up. If it's early enough where if she buffs that thing up, it could be her carry. Go with that strategy.
And there's a part of me that every time I see Foe Reaper, it just seems not as powerful as it used to. It's not as big. Once you get to Tavern Tier 6, there's things that are huge with Rag buffs and Major Domu and Nomi buffs. It's just a 6/9 almost never gets the job done. It's almost nearly not as nice as it used to be.
Yeah, you have to have the right circumstances, a brand to buff it up, hit a module in the shop or something, and then it can become very good. But it's still decent, even this turn that it's played.
What else do you think is one of the most powerful cards that is really lackluster now? Is there a card that you really like to see more so than not? And plus, I almost forgot that this is Alakir. Definitely gets value more from that cleave effect and the Divine Shield.
Right. Good point that we probably should have mentioned earlier. Yeah, the fact that she's playing Alakir means that cleave goes way up in value. And you don't really need the Annoya module either, because it already gets a Divine Shield from the Alakir effect. Yeah, to answer your question, I mean, for me, it's an easy answer because I love dragons. Like, I just absolutely love dragons, and tripling into a Kaligos in this meta is very difficult to do unless you're playing certain heroes. So, it used to be my love, and I would always go for it, and I would take ridiculous damage and be okay most of the time trying to get Kaligos. But right now, it's most of the time a trap, and you're going to die before you get a pop off.
Truly unfortunate. But we do have this Sun Glitters looking at this Foe Reaper and saying, hey, you know what? I'm Alakir. Wind Fury Divine Shield on a massive cleave can definitely be good. Double Saber-Tooth Leaper.
Yeah, so she's got the she's thinking, I think, if she wants to try to get that Deflecto and buff it up with the Metal Tooth as well. But the thing is, it's kind of hard, right? Because you can only get one buff on it unless she sells two things from her board, and she doesn't want to get that much weaker. So it looks like she's deciding, I'm just going to take the buffs on you're still getting 4 buff targets here. It's not that bad. And then maybe buy it at the end here, or take the money. Looks like she's going to take it at the end. Foe Reaper's looking better now. 10 attack. That's a little bit heftier.
Definitely a better break point for things that just have gotten a single buff. Or if there's just multiple taunts here. Again, Sir Finley is an Alakir himself, so this is something where Sun Glitters is going to have to...
a mirror matchup.
Yeah, the mirror is also very strange, because attacking first when both of them have Divine Shield taunt can just kind of cancel each other out instantly.
Yeah, so Sun goes first here. Trying to think about how much it mattered. It's definitely, it's almost always better to go first, but...
Yeah, that was cleaned up instantly, able to take away massive amounts of damage and stats on the board, and just easily cleaning up her mirror match.
Another good answer for your things that you could triple into that are a little bit of a trap or underwhelming. I'm looking at that Light Fang on Sapphire's board, and man, I have tried to make Light Fang work in this meta, and it just does not scale fast enough. Sadly, it feels like just not an option unless you're playing Reno and you can hero powered immediately.
Exactly.
It's very hard to make work.
The only time that I've seen Light Fang be successful has been on an early Reno and getting it gold instantly, so it's no longer just a 2-1, it's a 4-2. There's the Noya module here, and a lot more buff. Sun Glitters is scaling, and it feels good.
Yeah, I'm wondering if she's going to where she's going to put the module here. She's definitely going to buff the Foe Reaper, but is she going to put it on the Harvest Golem? Is she going to put it on the probably? Oh, she's going to put it on the Foe. Okay.
Yeah, more stats. Even though it doubles up on this Alakir, I'm actually more interested in, because she has so many things with Divine Shield. If she doesn't pick up Rag, this is generally something that she can go in on, but it does look like that she might be looking into more of the taunt build, and just buffing up all these minions with the Strong Shell Scavenger.
I think she's hoping to kill whoever she's playing.
There you go. Okay,
yeah,
but there's the freeze,
she still wants that.
Does recognize that wants the Rag. Okay, I wasn't losing my mind.
You were like, I take that every time. What is she doing?
But yeah, I definitely really
late,
like that freeze. But yeah, it's just like any other card, though. It's because these 5-drops scale so much. It's really impressive. That's a lot of poisonous on Omu. But the cleave just takes care of the extra divine shields. And these poisonous minions are not huge. They're just going to get eaten alive by just raw stats.
I think it's one of those things where mechs actually do quite well against this poisonous stuff. So Show is not built to beat mechs. Show is built to beat elementals or big beasts or something. So we have been seeing mechs do, I would say, almost surprisingly well so far. And I think that's just the fact that it counters this poison stuff quite well.
Yeah, because
And
it's definitely something that I feel is lackluster, or at least something that isn't brought up a lot in the community on like how the meta evolves. Is that right now there is counterplay to almost everything. Sure, maybe Ragnaros might be a bit of an outlier just because he gets so many stats, and sometimes you get enough divine shields and you can't really do much about it. But otherwise, you can basically counter most other things.
yeah, it's kind of
Here she
a
is
it's a
opening
tough
up board
balance.
space.
Yeah, she wants to get that elemental and the little rag here and start popping off. It is a tough balance because you want to have answers for big minions like the poison. I would argue that poison's a little bit too accessible right now. But yeah, you need to have counters. There's no doubt about that. And that's a pretty big elemental that she gets. A lot of stats.
Now, with only buying one elemental, the Screwjank Clanker is more stats than the Major Domo Executus would have been.
I was considering that. I was thinking the exact same thing. We were on the same wavelength there. Because I almost never buy
Because we're
that.
drinking out of
that
Hearthstone drinks. That's why.
True.
No other reason.
Yeah, my cap's on, but yep, there we go. I actually had a golden in Major Dome, and it did some work for me in one game. I try to stay away from that unit because it's not very good. But I got like 2 in one shop and had bought one, randomly the turn before, and it wasn't bad.
If I had a nickel for every time that Sliss and Sunglitters ranted against a Major Domo, or more correctly called it Major Domu, and just didn't even mention the card and that kind of thing, I would be rich. Like, that card
Haters.
is hated by a lot of people. And quite frankly, I can see why. It doesn't really do a lot of work. But here, Sunglitters is looking very good here with her Reflective Bot just kind of cleaning up.
It's a big gold grubber here at the end. It's, I think, got just enough stats. Yeah, and gonna be alive. I was trying to figure out if the worst hits possible, or the best if you're rooting for Sun, would result in lethal there, but not quite enough to knock out the other player. Top 4, yippee.
Yeah, hey, Slissa and Sunglitters are definitely very close. They were having a great time during these qualifiers. And if you guys missed those VODs, I highly suggest them. They're here on the Esports Arena Twitch channel. Go check them out if you're just joining us now. It was a blast to watch. And this is the first time that Dreads and I are casting together, but probably by the end of today, we'll probably be cracking maybe a fraction of the jokes that Slisses and Sunglitters were, because that was just a joy to watch.
Tough act to follow, but we'll try. We'll do our best.
Right, so this is the other side of the dynamic duo. We do have Slissa here on the Van Cleef again. And it's almost like we got away from Sunglitters right before she went up against Ragnaros with Ardent Beast, because I almost don't want to see that. It's almost going to be too painful to watch.
Yeah, Rag's going to be really strong, but I kind of want to see the board at some point. I'm sure we will. If they win, we'll see it at some point. Not a bad setup here. I was really worried that this was going to be a disaster game for Slissa, but she's rebounded pretty well.
Yeah, and this is the Toki that Sunglitters just beat. So we're going to see how well Slissa does. Looks like that she is significantly weaker, but it looks like Toki also got a little bit more powerful too with those Amalgadons.
Yeah, pretty big power spike, I think, for Toki, and looking like not quite enough stats on the Edwin here. Yeah.
I was about to say might be able to live, but no, dead.
No, not quite enough attack. 4 off. Yep. But this is, again, top 4 with Edwin. I don't think you're too upset about that. Kind of like Daryl. Like I think if you get a decent placement with those heroes, you're okay with that.
Definitely. Again, that's just one of those things. And yeah, we do have Sunglitters getting a massive hit. That Ragnaros' board, from what we saw there, wasn't very big. And Sunglitters
the
did
golden
an admirable
selfless
job at cleaning it up.
there was a golden selfless on the board at the end, so somehow that didn't die. I'm not sure exactly what happened
We
there.
know exactly how it happened. The selfless hero became a selfish hero and gave itself divine shield.
I like
Probably
that.
with macaw,
Selfish
things of that
hero.
nature.
I'm stealing that. By
That
the way.
is
Selfish hero.
By the way,
Okay.
I already stole it. That was something that Sunglitters and Slissa dubbed it. So you know what? It's just a community term from now on.
We're claiming it as our
But yeah,
own.
here's
now.
Artem Beast with Rag.
All right, so this is so Artem Beast here, and this is a pretty good setup. This is again that like poisonous divine shield setup, and instead of spores here, we've got the two Myexnas, which are better because they don't have as much counterplay. Because the thing about the spores is they do get countered by Ghoul. There's not really that kind of counter for the Myexnas.
I really like this cell. We really want this divine shield pop off with the golden macaw, golden selfless, and a baron. This is
Just
a lot.
more
And
poison.
the poison state. This is great. Yeah. And by the way, this is dog spectating Artem Beast, just to make sure that you guys thought Artem Beast was dog's like evil twin or something. Not.
Yeah, I
quite.
messed that up earlier when Columns was spectating, but I got it figured out now. This is Dog's pretty face, and we're watching Artem play.
Man,
Why
look
can't
at
we all
those
have pretty
divine
faces like
shields.
Dog?
This
I now
is-
see how
Artem Beast is just cleaning up.
Yeah, it's funny because everything gets divine shield. So now we see why the
Wow.
selfless was the final thing left because everything was shielded. Yeah, that's gonna be a pretty easy win. I don't know if anyone can take down Rag here. Like what was trying to think about what the other board looked like, but this is a pretty nasty comp to counter.
The only way that I can really think about it is, you know what? There is Ghoul. Ghoul can definitely
Or
disrupt some
lucky
things, but at
lucky
the same
zap
time,
could also. Yeah, lucky zap. I was gonna say could also maybe do it if you hit the Baron before you hit the spore. That could help, but it's definitely a bit hard to counter.
well,
Trying to
we
think
also
about
have Sun Glitters here. Sun Glitters does have the. So yeah, so we're not. It looks like we're not going to be able to see this fight between Sun Glitters and Artem Beast here, but because we're going to be going over to another game. But this is Born going up against Super JJ in the final fight.
Kind of similar thing going on here.
Trying
Right?
to-
It's the poisonous divine shield stuff, right? We're seeing this trend versus giant stats on the other side. Shields
Yeah, but
on
that-
shields on shields. It's hard to
Lot of
see who's doing
poisonous, A lot
well.
of stats. Well, there's no more poisonous on the side of Super JJ here, so this massive pogo is just going to get the job done. So that is going to spell the end. And Born comes out on top. I wonder. Yeah, let's see what happened when it came to Sun
That's lethal
Glitters.
too. Yep.
All right, here it
All
is.
right,
This is
final
combat.
fight here could be.
So the Divine Shield pops off first, so unable to get the kill on the Baron from the Foe Reaper attacking first. That is going to spell the end, I think, for Sun Glitters. I think that was the only chance that she had to win this, was getting
You
rid
had
of
to
that
get
Baron.
lucky. And once the going first coin flip is decided, I think this was pretty much probably close to 100%.
Now that we're looking at it, it looks close. There's a chance.
This was it's a caster curse, right? It's always that way. Close to 100%, and then wait.
Wait,
Alive?
That was the 15%.
Alive?
Yeah, she
We
didn't even
cursed
go
it.
first. That was
you can
amazing.
see they're
Because
having fun.
actually, the more that I'm thinking about it too, is that even if the Foe Reaper attacks first, that Baron doesn't really do much. There's a golden Macaw and golden selfless hero, and the Baron doesn't need the shield, so it's going to die. If anything, it's just going to refresh the Divine Shield on the Crackling Cyclone. So it didn't really matter,
Maybe
and she got some great trades.
Yeah, just to follow up on your point, maybe the Baron needs to go for Rag. Maybe it's just not doing enough. Once you golden the
Needs another
bird,
poison minion.
it's like try to find another Myexna or just another spore or something that has combat stats.
Yeah, Sun Glitters has a lot of room to improve here with the little Rag being able to pop off, get a bunch more stats in here too. Because
making
that
a
was a
final
Savannah
choice
High
is
main that
made
was
here.
there. Mm-hmm.
This is something that's really important. I think, I noticed a lot of high elo players do this kind of every time. When it's in the late game and you can just make one of these little murlocs, it could kill, 100, 100. So it's something that if you're looking to kind of improve your play at the highest level, try to do more of this. Is it enough, though? We'll see.
Yeah, I think that Baron's still there. Doesn't look like that we improved too much as Rag. Just got a few more stats.
Yeah, that's the thing about Rag, though, right? Even if you don't get that much in the shop, you still get plus 8 every turn.
Yeah, so we do still have the Divine Shields to be able to take out these poisonous minions. Getting refreshes too.
The bird here is huge, though.
The second attack, yeah. Again, she did get more
Shields
powerful,
up.
but her opponent was also a little bit
It's too
stronger.
much. The bird just takes it down here. The buffed bird.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Rag wins.
Again, I think that every single time that I see Rag in one of these lobbies, I'm going to be actively rooting against them, even though, again, Arden Beast did a wonderful job there. That was an impressive
What do
play.
you have against
But
Arden Beast?
Sun Glitters. No, nothing against Arden Beast. He was doing just fine, playing well, an impressive play even throughout the qualifiers. But let's take a look at the leaderboard to see how impressive Arden Beast is doing so far. As again, he's going up against some really top dogs. No dog, pun intended, dog. Woof, woof.
Yep. Yeah, so Super JJ
JJ
with huge points.
Mm-hmm.
216.
12
Is that
wins, putting up another impressive performance. Dog, Mr. Purple, Born also coming up on top because they were people who were like hovering on the bubble of that top four, kind of like the invitees. Last time we checked it on the sleeper board, it was just the invitees at top and then the qualifiers a little bit past. But now Mr. Purple and Born coming through.
Yeah, still very close though. I mean, Super JJ is the front runner right now, but after only 2 games, it's still everyone in that 100 plus point range is still very much in it.
That's very true. But it looks like we're going to be getting ready to go on a break. Make sure you guys type in that exclamation point giveaway in chat to get some Hearthstone swag. There's a whole bag of it that you guys are going to be sent if you win. Some really cool stuff. So definitely make sure you guys are entering this giveaway too. So we're going to be going to a break momentarily. Again, this is the Battle Blitz brought to you by Esports Arena, Bytes Events, the Marines, and of course, Blizzard Entertainment. This is going to be quite a championship day. Guys, stay tuned.
Searching for meaning in a relentless world. Always connected, but somehow alone. Trapped by illusion. We offer another path, where the battle to belong begins. Awakened by a calling. United by the cause you fight for. No one can take away
You are in this Marine.
what it means to be among the few. The proud, the Marines.
I always love that Be Back Soon music, but welcome back to the Battle Blitz brought to you by Esports Arena. This is the Battlegrounds Tournament where we have 8 invitees for this final championship day. And we have 8 of the most grueling. They fought through over 600 other contestants and players to get to this point. This is going to be quite the day. We're one round in, and we have a lot of the invitees are doing really, really well here. But you know what? We do have a lot of the qualifiers right on their tails.
Yeah, it does feel like the invited players so far are showing why they got the invite. And not too shocking. Like a lot of those guys, as I mentioned earlier, either at the top of the leaderboards or near the top. So not a shock, but there's a lot of games left, and I do still expect to see some quite good performances from the qualified players too.
And we're going to get right into the action here. This is another really packed lobby. Again, Dog, Super JJ, Terry Sang, Sunglares, 12 Wins, Mason Moon, Loranis, and Lee. This is going to be quite the fight. Now, Dreads, this is always something I'm going to turn to you. What do you pick here?
Yeah, again, not a set of options that you're thrilled about. You're basically, I think, looking at Barov or Edwin. I'm a gambler. I like doing some Barov. Doesn't mean it's a good choice, but sometimes you just got to feel lucky. But I'm not surprised that he decided to go with the much safer choice in Edwin here. So
tell me, when you play Barov, do you gamble early or do you gamble
every turn?
The entire so you're the person who gambles early. Okay, all right, I see you.
Yeah, I don't pick Barov to do this. Maybe I'll start hero powering on turn 3 or something. No. I'm the guy. Give me a token. I sell one of the tokens and get that gambling. And chat's like, don't do it. Dreads, you're insane. What? It's going to be a tie. It's always a tie. And I'm like,
that's what I was about to say. It's ties so often in the early game, especially because people are really playing tokens and they're playing to sell and not lose out on damage early. So it's a lot of 2-3s, a lot of 2-4s that just bump into each other early game. I am shocked that you're so adamant about this.
And I think there's a lot of logic.
Gambling, man, I see you.
But sometimes you just gotta believe, and it's also fun to do. One thing about Battlegrounds is that's a bait, by the way. This right here where we're looking at.
I was about to ask.
Actually,
I don't know. You have Van Cleef.
Could do it.
Yeah.
Okay, as Edwin, actually, I forgot that we're playing Edwin. You could do it here. Yeah. With most heroes, I would roll that away, but because if you don't have a token, it becomes really awkward to take that triple. But because you can get that value with the hero power, I like it.
Yeah, this is definitely the curve that when you have a hero that has a 1 gold hero power, it's generally like the Reform curve, if you will. It's something where just buy that extra minion, squeeze in that hero power, and with a triple on deck, you can't really be mad about it.
Yeah, Edwin's one of those where like you don't have to play the Reform curve, but you can. There we go. Okay, we're back.
Oh yeah, we're just gonna. That's a nice little plug too. If you guys want to follow everyone on Twitter, you can follow me at HeatwaveCA or
at Dreads Gaming. Don't be shy.
At Dreads Gaming, at Esports Arena on all the social media. Wow, thank you so Super JJ, making our job easy. We don't need to remember.
Yeah, perfect time to fit that in there. But yeah, what I was gonna say, going back to how with Edwin is. Edwin, you don't necessarily have to play the Reform curve, let's call it. You can be a little more flexible.
Sure.
Like if you, most of the time I level up normally, but it is a fun hero to play because you do have options in how you use the hero power and how you level.
Yeah, and I do really like this as well. This is, I think, a trap that a lot of newer players or players that aren't as experienced generally fall into. When they have a triple, they'll get it almost immediately. But at this time, we can hero power, but we can tavern up, wait till we get something a little bit bigger. So even though we're getting that triple really early, just freeze, be patient, get something more juicy, tavern tier 3 or above.
Right, and that's one of the things we haven't watched a ton of Maya. We saw some of Dog playing it early on, but one of the reasons Maya is such a strong hero is because you have the ability to delay your triples. And that means you don't have to freeze suboptimal shops to do it either. You can, still improve your board and then take a triple later on. But yeah, when you're playing Battlegrounds, you should always be thinking about what triple tier do I want? Like, do I want to triple into a 4? Do I want to triple into a 5? And it's always a balancing act because you can't, although I always want a 5, I want the brand, I want that Nomi. Sometimes you have to settle because you're too low. And if you delay it too much, even if you hit what you were looking for, you just die. So, it takes practice.
Definitely. I think that's definitely one of the intricacies about Battlegrounds that a lot of people just kind of miss out on, is that each hero plays slightly differently, and you have to learn what curves really are the most powerful with each hero. And here we have an early Lich King, one of the most powerful early game heroes with that free hero power, giving a minion reborn.
And JJ had to know he would lose that fight. Because he leveled, he spent his whole turn leveling. He wants to get back on like the normal-ish leveling curve and wants to take a 4-drop here. So he said, I'll take some damage, hopefully hit not
Primal Fin used to be better. Primal Fin, you could discover more powerful minions or later game Murlocs, but now you can only discover your Tavern tier or below. So if you get a Primal Fin this early, it's not going to be something powerful anymore. It's not going to be that early game amalgam.
I'm personally just looking at maybe just taking the Sensei for tempo. So he basically has to decide, do I want to take something that gives me more potential, or do I just want to take tempo? He's going to take this. This you can hit, health. This Seer is solid. It gives him a little bit better board. Also more gold here with this line. And with the Murloc in the shop, this totally makes sense. I actually was looking at the shop and I saw the Wagtog and I said, ooh, this is kind of bad. But with the Murloc in the shop, this is definitely the play.
Definitely. A ton of tempo, a lot of stats. And again, that's also the Primal Fin. Anytime that you get something that generates a token or something in hand, things of that nature, or even the ability to generate another token, say you got another Tide Caller, he gets himself double, things of that nature. Definitely like that Primal Fin play for sure.
Yep. Yeah, no, I still don't think it's what he was necessarily looking for. He would have liked to hit like a buff target, he tripled into a 4 there, so Hydra was probably like the best thing he could hit, but he made the best of that situation. That's a great hit. Hitting a Divine Shield minion right when you're at turn Tavern tier 3, that's a big deal. Trying to figure out what else he wants to buy here.
Crackling Cyclone is just a defining card of this meta. It's something that Wind Fury can almost always get value. The Divine Shield takes buffs wonderfully. I actually wouldn't be surprised if there was a nerf incoming for that card as well. It's just way powerful. Yeah. I don't know if it gets moved to a Tavern tier 4 and gets possibly a stat buff or something of that nature, but right now it is premier Tavern, a 3-star Tavern tier pickup.
I would actually take a different outlook on that. I would say that the unit itself is fine, but that the elementals are too good at buffing it, and other ways to buff it are really strong as well. So I think, because if you look at this, you look at Deflecto, you look at Bronze Board, and they're all kind of similar. But this one, with the elemental package, it gets pretty crazy pretty quickly. Nomi, for example, early Nomi.
Yeah, definitely agree. And that's also something too, is that the rag interactions that we don't see yet with the little rag is that you can just buff up anything. But right now we do have the Rafam coming in. No hero power used for Rafam, so no steal.
Yeah, Rafam got the brand here. So right now weak, but that's one of those units that can be a win condition. And although he takes damage here, he's got to be pretty happy with where he's at. Because I think right now it's way more important to find a direction than it is to worry about like the early chip damage. And that's something that I did that helped definitely improve my play, is I don't worry as much about taking 3 or 4 in the early game, because that doesn't matter if you take 30 in one turn because you didn't scale.
Definitely. It definitely seems like one of the most powerful plays, and something that I'm going to ask you about right now, is that I've been seeing more and more players kind of break from that traditional curve of buying 2 minions on, turn 3, and instead going for that Tavern tier, or going up to Tavern 3 as early as possible without buying any minions. Have you been gravitating, or is there a certain hero that lets you do that more often? How do you take that approach?
Yeah, so that's a strategy where I would not recommend doing it a lot if you're like a newer player or just learning the game, because it's got a low margin for error in that you have to navigate the game after that point very carefully. But it is a viable strategy right now. And oftentimes what players will do is if they get a really bad shop at that point, where like the 2 minions are they're all 1-drops. And even if they buy those units, they're going to lose anyways. You tier up to at least have a chance for your next tier to be good, because losing a little bit less badly doesn't really help that much because you're still taking the tavern tier damage. And one you mentioned, heroes that might do a little bit better. Hopefully at some point today, we're going to see some golden Khadgar plays. Because if you, one of the things that Reno will do is level up and just look for that. And if they hit it, they'll hero power it immediately and just start looking for tokens.
Yeah, that Togwaggle just got absolutely out of control there. It's actually one of those minions that I actually really, really like. Even though it's right when you get just a taunt minion, if you go Dragonoid Defender, the 2/3 1-star unit, and just have something with taunt, normally there's a lot of people that are running Selfless Heroes and Spawn of N'Zoths. You can start scaling almost immediately all the time. So if you get enough dragons, Togwaggle can just get you into the late game all by itself. So I know it's a lot of hit or miss for a lot of people, but I'm a fan of the fat Kobold.
I actually used to be a huge Wax Rider fan. The one thing that you do have to be careful about is there's a point where if you haven't been scaling your dragons, all of a sudden they don't kill anything, and you're like, oh no, now it's a 1/2. But I totally agree with you. In the early to mid game, it's kind of an underrated unit. It can carry you, and as long as you know that at a certain point, I'm probably gonna have to swap it out, and it's got a shelf life. But for that point of the game, I'm a fan of the Wax Rider as well.
Yeah, and we do have Super JJ going up against Alakir here. Yeah, it's going to be a really interesting matchup here. He's going for the double with the old Murkai here. But again, with putting the 1/1 first is definitely very apt against Alakir. If we attack first, a lot of the time we do pick off the Divine Shield. So up, and we do get sniped here, but we can still attack first, but we miss the target.
Yeah, so Alakir's got, this is Loran's over here, got the golden spawn with the bird. Pretty cute setup to kind of make your other not so strong minions actually do work.
Yeah, and by cute, you mean incredibly painful. However, getting rid of that zap is definitely going to be very important for Super JJ there. Instead of taking, 15 damage?
Yeah, we all do that. And we saw that he had triple. We'll have to see what he gets from that. But we're now on this is I believe Dog. Yep, Dog, and just hit a triple as well. Triples left and right.
And he's going to be going up against Super JJ coming up here. So we're going to see what triple Super JJ got into immediately here. This is just the separate perspective of that coming in here. So let's see what Dog gets with his triple from the...
And he hits the Kalecgos. It's interesting. Kalecgos isn't what it used to be.
Dragons.
Yeah, and that's what he was considering, right? He was like, do I want to sell this whelp? Because if I don't go Kalecgos or I don't hit it, then this whelp doesn't really do anything for me. So it looks like he's gonna kind of agree that Kalecgos just doesn't scale fast enough. And the problem with Kalecgos right now, I mean, it's always been kind of a problem, but because you take so much damage quickly now, if he takes that Kalecgos, he needs to buy at least like 3 other dragons, then buy battle cries, and then you're still kind of weak for 1 turn, and then you need like 1 more turn to start really popping off. Yeah. And with already having a setup that favors Death Rattle, he's just going to go the Coiler and push tempo. And this is a scary board for turn 9.
Yeah, that definitely plays into exactly what we're just talking about. It's being able to know when to transition out of something, but also knowing when to not transition into something. Both vitally important. Dog showing why he is who he is. Great gameplay from him. Oh, Goldrin not dying there.
That's a big deal. Pretty great hit.
And the
Snipes Hyena too. This is looking like dead for Edwin here.
Yeah, the gas 76%
with those hits, it's looking very, very dire. And it doesn't die. Still way too much damage. Way over lethal. And yeah, so that's one thing also in this kind of a setting. Sometimes it's good to get as strong as you can for that turn so you can knock somebody else out. some of that you might be worried about scaling, etc. You can adjust your gameplay a little bit, and that will become more and more relevant as we go on, and people, are thinking about who I need to beat, who's ahead of me in the standings, things like that.
Yeah, you see Dog kind of hovering over that Battle Master, even if he was at super low health. Do you ever take Battle Master anymore? I almost never take him. He used to be one of my favorite units. I love the thick demon that you can make kind of thing, but there's so many higher stats now, so much poisonous.
Now when your Battle Master dies, that little 1/1 spore or a part of you dies inside, you can't handle it, right?
Or something with just as much attack as health, and they both, like, it's just, it's
one shot it.
Make Battle Master great again. Oh.
Yeah, I agree. It's definitely a unit that's dropped off a lot. I will pick it up sometimes in, like, at this stage of the game. It still can be useful if you're playing against mechs or if you're playing against elementals that haven't totally popped off. So I think it's one of those things where, in general, agree. Like, Battle Master is definitely worse right now, but it's still a bunch of stats. And it feels like this board for Dog right now is like, I just want to win now and knock people out. Like, he doesn't have a great direction for how to win this game, but he's definitely gonna hurt people. And there's up against Mason Moon here. Ooh, Mason Moon's got some thick elementals.
And he also has the spawn here for Dog that's going to be able to make that Battle Master a little bit better. But, like, kind of just like we were talking about, this is a 32-32 little rag. Look at this Battle Master. 27 health was a lot of stats 2 seconds ago when looking at just his board. Play against Rag and suddenly...
He could just die here depending on the hits, because Little Rag pushes a lot of damage. 2 of those elementals are 4 drops. This is looking like likely lethal. That dies, so maybe now, let's see, 5, 9, might be okay. It's close.
Yeah, looks to be alive. Yep.
Miss lethal
by 1.
And now it's like, wow, getting the ghost is very, very lucky at this stage, because looking at Dog's board, like, he's just trying to get a top 4. Like, this is not a I'm going to win this game type thing. What Dog should be trying to find is, and you can see he already has a Selfless in hand, is he should be trying to find poisonous Murlocs or spores, things like that, to just buff those up and then hope that can compete with these giant stats later on. So you can see him just hard rolling here, and I'm almost certain that's what he's looking for.
It's almost painful. I hate to see this kind of happen. It's just thing after thing after thing of just not being successful. But again, he's against the ghost, generally has some time, but not finding what he's looking for.
Yeah, we don't really know how strong that ghost was, but my guess is that Dog will be fine here against a ghost, because that was a pretty high roll elemental board. Like, I don't think, although I don't like Dog's chances for winning this round, I don't think he's so weak that he'll get knocked out by the ghost on this turn. And you can see him, he froze here because he wants those he wants those Murlocs, but he doesn't want to make his board so weak right now, trying to make it work, that he loses to the ghost.
Yeah, and also, too, he did just play Rag. I mean, it's not even a high roll elemental board. It's a Rag elemental board, which is just kind of expected at this point.
These stats are significantly lower, but this is not a weak board. That I wonder who knocked out this ghost. Could have been Rag, right? That's probably your first guess. Yeah.
Well, also, too, you do see kind of why this kind of board might not have been as successful. One of the, like, deadly combos or, like, things that you don't want to bump into is a Selfless Hero and Little Rag. Because if you start buffing up your Selfless Hero too much, like this board, this was an 18-something Selfless Hero, like, with a lot of stats. And look, it doesn't die until late, and it doesn't get the job done.
This is looking scary, though. I mean, depending on these final hits, okay, he's okay, just barely. That was close, but yeah, hey, I totally agree with you. It's a single spawn.
Can't knock the Battle Master now. Now that all that's the butt that it made, that all the health actually saved Dog from losing there.
Dog scams his way into the top 4. I mean, he can't be upset with that. I mean, he's like, just find all the poison. Okay, he's got a brand. He's gonna try, and I think this is right, because
classic Dog turn coming up.
There's just no way he can beat people with the board he has. So he's just hoping for Toxfin, just make a bunch of little poisonous. health. That's not what he wanted.
Yeah, he's going hard transition
One.
into this Murloc poisonous build. He kept the Primal Fin and the Tidehunter in hand. He knew that this is generally what he needed to go for. His board was not going anywhere. Prepped ahead of time. Great heads up play by Dog.
And you can see that he doesn't even take those stats. He missed here, by the way, so he's like 100% dead. But stats don't really matter there. It's all about the poison. Like getting plus 2/2 on a 1/1 isn't gonna help you. And he has a board here where if he gets lucky, he could scam someone because he got the reborn on the gas coiler. But I think it's unlikely.
There's not a lot of stats here, and there were no mechs in this game. So this Janus is not the ultra mega powerful Janus that we normally see. Getting the Baron taken out is definitely not what you want to see.
Yeah, I mean, it's not a ton of stats, but Dog has really few stats. So, the dragon is still quite big. But kind of comes down to... Yeah, the dragon's still 21. It's too much health. Yeah, but I think Dog had to go for it. If he hits one more poisonous minion there, he's probably has a chance. 2 more, I think he could actually, maybe be favored, but it was worth a shot. And I think that's something that a lot of players don't do, is they don't realize, okay, my board, just small upgrades aren't going to get me anywhere. I have to get like a big upgrade. And Dog, went for it. Didn't quite work out, but it was still good play.
Yeah, looking for what your opponent has is definitely super important. So this is Mason Moon. Even though we see sun glitters, down at the bottom, this is in fact Mason Moon's board that I was playing as Ragnaros this entire time. And it looks like that Ragnaros is just going to clean house when it comes to facing this Janus.
Yes,
that the board we just saw.
Pretty good. I think he, definitely. I was surprised only one Divine Shield minion. Yeah, doesn't have as many Divine Shield minions as I would like for this stage of the game. Normally you want like 2. You're buffing both left and right with Divine Shield, but you need a buff spot. I mean, you can't always get exactly what you want. Gonna take the Selphus here. I'm trying to remember what. You must have information about the matchup, right? To take the Selphus here. I was trying to remember exactly what Janus's board looked like, but that can be a very good tech card. Like back in when dragons were really strong, picking up a Righteous Protector like this would help stop Nadina. So it's a way to, like, Nadina hits into it, doesn't go off, and then you can kill all the dragons before the Divine Shield. So there's definitely some utility from this unit.
Yeah, this actually doesn't look too hot. Now that I was thinking, I was about to say that the stats on Mason Moon was going to get the job done, but there's a lot of poisonous on the side of
counter for the Spore. Really smart play here. The Spore goes into the Righteous Protector ×2, and that's game over. Really smart play.
Wow.
And I figured there was a reason. I was trying to remember, and that worked out beautifully. So
knowing your opponent.
Is it enough for lethal? It is, right? Yep.
Oh yeah, plenty. Absolutely wrecks Janus. Again, Janus is not nearly the hero that she normally is without mechs. However, being able to know what your opponent is coming at you with. Perfect. So yeah, we're going to be swapping over to Artem Beast here. That is in the separate lobby. This is a different game. So again, come with us. This is now a new game. We have Artem Beast
come
here
hither.
With the Lich versus Yogg Saron with P Mustache.
Those are some big dragons. I love boards like this.
Speaking of dragons,
man, Mustache he's got the board that I used to love playing in the last meta, and I don't know how he was able to do it, but if you are able to get to this point, then you win. It's getting to that point is hard, but he found a way. Beautiful. Look at those dragons. Oh, brings a tear to my eye.
Look how powerful that lobby is. Those are some powerful heroes, and he was able to get the job done.
Oh, I love it. Go dragons, go. I don't think they. Do you think they know that we're spetching them?
I hope so, keep up
because then got 6. We got top 8, right?
Hope they
got 744.
No, that's so fun. I want to talk about the text chat.
I feel like I'm a part of it. I finally have friends. Finally. All right, we're back
for
over. Oh,
unfortunate
Ysera
soul.
gameplay in the top 2 here. I just noticed this. I have a soft spot for Ysera because dragons.
Yeah, these dragon boards suddenly out of nowhere.
I mean, I think Ysera still has the
Guardian as
high
well.
roll, right? That's the thing.
Especially too with a big whelp. I really like if you're able to get whelps large with so many divine shields being powerful. Just being able to pick off a divine shield early can just kind of win you games.
Yeah, so you see here, the big thing that just happened is the ghoul did not get the shields off. So they had teched the ghoul in to try to disrupt Nadina, but the Nadina went first and hit into the ghoul. And so I think the shields are going to be enough. There's more stats on the elementals, but the Nadina is just so many stats, and that's going to be enough.
Yeah, we also just needed another taunt minion on the side of or on the side of Ragnaros to be able to make sure that the ghoul didn't get picked off early. So not quite a flawless play there from the Rag.
Yeah, it's tough.
However,
it's tough to find all the things you need in those spots. The ghoul was a good thought, but it was maybe not the perfect execution.
Exactly. But again, this is a tournament. There's a lot of pressure coming on these players. This is a $10,000 prize pool. If we forgot to mention that, $10,000 is on the line throughout the day, and it's going to be an intense game or intense all day long event. So it's going to be interesting. But let's bring you guys the leaderboard to see who's closest to bringing home that cash.
Wow, where did Mr. Purple come from here?
Mr. Purple's been climbing. He's been doing well so far.
390.
No, this is real life right now, but there will be updates momentarily. There's another lobby finishing. Okay. This is not set in stone yet. So
yeah,
watch
so Mr. Purple will probably be
poof into existence.
Yeah, Mr. Purple will probably be up there, maybe still in first, but I think the gap probably between him and the other players will drop a little bit. But yeah, we see Dog and 12 Wins both doing really well. A lot of the invited players I see up there, and do you have any idea, Heatwave, of kind of what point level people can't really qualify into the final rounds? Like, do we have what a cutoff is? It's the eight players, right? So
it's going to be close because I don't have that information right in front of me yet. So after this next round in this break, we'll be able to give you guys full information on exactly how the final games will take place. Or we can just bring it up right here on screen for you now.
Yeah, so 120 per, so 390. Wow, that's going to be a lot of first places. Holy. And things ramp up a little bit as we go on. So in the points matter at every point of the tournament, but as we go on, the wins are worth more and more.
Yeah, definitely. And just a reminder, guys, that this tournament is made possible from things like the Marines. The United States Marines celebrate the fighting spirit and welcomes you to learn more at www.marines.com/esports. And of course, brought to you by the Esports Arena and Bytes Events. And this has just been a great community event. So we're glad to have those sponsors here. And remember, $10,000. These guys are in it to win it. It's going to be close. I can't wait to see how these next lobbies come out.
Yeah, I wonder how much pressure will play a part in it as we go on. Maybe especially for some of the qualified players, because that's a pretty big chunk of change that you're playing for, and so that can definitely have an impact on your play. And hopefully everyone will rise to the occasion.
All right, and now we're going to be going into the next lobby here. Viewing for the first time Educated Collins, or Collins as we're going to call him throughout the rest of the day. Again, this is a mainstay ever since the very beginning of Battlegrounds of the leaderboard. This guy has been putting up great numbers consistently. And we have Omu, which at the very beginning, before this whole change of meta happened, Omu was just winning game after game after game in that first qualifier. He's dropped off a little bit, but he really has been putting up some great stats.
Yeah, Rag came in and said, "Hey, have you heard of me? I'm an all right hero." And yeah, I still really like Omu though. I mean, Omu is good because you're able to power level with him, and that's kind of the strategy. So getting to Tavern 5 before other people, or getting to Tavern 4 before other people and tripling into a 5, is kind of how you win. Also to note here, it's a great start for Collins because he has a token, which allows you next turn to level up, sell off the 1/1, and buy another unit. So this is a really good start. Whether you hit a token or like a Swabby, it makes a big difference in how you curve out as Omu. And one thing I just want to say about Collins, because you said go back to Battlegrounds. So Collins is dear to my heart because he's an arena guy. Like back in, I don't know, what is probably a year and a half ago now, but we used to compete together in Twitch Rivals arena tournaments. So we go way back. I mean, of course, as a caster, I don't root for any individual, but I wouldn't mind for Collins to do all right today. Represent the long-time arena community.
Again, I am on the side of Bartender Bob here, is that I root for you, of course. And only
unless you're playing Rag. You made that clear, Heatwave. You're rooting for everyone unless they're playing Rag.
Or if there's a Daryl in the lobby, then I'm just a Daryl fanboy. So Daryl, my boy, let's do this. Let's show everyone. Let's show Dreads that you are not just only getting to a top 4 hero, that you are a cream of the crop. Let's do this. Dance your way to victory.
We'll see who Daryl, who's piloting Daryl this game to see where Heatwave's allegiances lie.
I don't know. We will see. I feel like I need to start like singing along with it. It's like dancing is what. All right, don't want to get copy struck.
You're gonna need to. I know the song you're talking about. We need to make sure we get some Daryl action at some point in the tournament for you to have your moment.
Oh,
don't waste your singing.
Oh, trust me, I can't sing. I have one range. It's just flat. This is my high and my low, so I don't necessarily sing. However, I can pretend to for Daryl.
I promise you, your singing is better than mine. Whatever you think bad is, you have not experienced bad until I belt out.
Good to know.
Oh, I already got the spawn. That's a big deal. So whenever you're playing Lich King and you get a early spawn like that, but being able to hero power it, like you're gonna have a great early mid game, and it allows you to power level.
Yeah, but Omu being able to attack first and take out one of the other minions that would have gotten buffed otherwise once and or twice is a huge thing, able to tie there when otherwise, if we don't get that kill, it's looking like taking damage. So Omu looking strong per usual.
Yeah, so you can see the curve here. It's a little bit different. So Collins is already on tier 3 here at 6 gold, where most players won't level to tier 3 until 7 gold. And that's just kind of the benefit of playing Omu. And he still has, a pretty decent board. I wouldn't say this was like a monstrous high roll of a start, but pretty solid with the mug. And he has extra gold in the form of this elemental and also a pair or a triple chance. Like you don't see two of the same units on board, but he can sell off that elemental. And if he hits one more of them and get that triple off of the token.
It's like a secret double here. Plus it gives you an extra gold too. So it's like even better than a normal 1-star double. Water droplet.
Make sure you don't do what I did though. I think it either was yesterday or 2 days ago on stream. I was like, oh, a triple. And then somehow I decided I would sell the token part off instead, and then paused for about 5 seconds, realizing, wait, I don't have a triple anymore. Don't do that. I mean, it's only happened to me once, but it was embarrassing.
Try not to cringe, but I'm totally cringing. Sorry.
It's okay. I think the only way to respond to that is with cringe.
All right, let's see here. So, Stasis Elemental. I actually find myself and most people overvaluing Stasis Elemental prior to like getting to 4 or 5 stars in your Tavern tier. Is there something that you're particularly looking for with the Stasis Elemental getting it on Tavern 3 other than Crackling Cyclone? Or is that
I think it's basically you're hoping to hit Crackling Cyclone. I think the thing that also to think about that unit is it's still a 4/4. So, it's one of those where it's not the best stats, but buying it for some potential upside and ending on a 4/4 on your board isn't that bad. So I think if you're already trending towards elementals, I don't mind it as a pickup.
Oh, and we do here have that Twitch chat is in fact confirming that you are a beautiful singer. So we are looking forward to your singing prowess later on in the stream. Yeah, they're definitely not screaming faces or anything. Definitely endorsing fully that.
Yeah,
Beautiful thing.
yeah, likely story.
Just thought I'd relay that information to you, sir.
It has to come from the heart. It's got to be a moment, and you can't force it. You can't force greatness, but if I get the urge, it'll come on full blast.
Well, I mean,
Or
you can
hopefully it
force
won't, to
elementals,
save all of us.
and that's forcing greatness right now. So I will argue the opposite and say you can force greatness, force Little Rag, force Nomi, force Tavern Tier 5 right now, because that is the way to win.
And even take it to another level, just get Rag as your hero. Then you can force even more greatness. All right, jumping over.
There you go.
Now this is Slissa, and she is playing. It's hard to play. Oh, Gamble hero. Oh, I love spectating some Gamba hero. Let's see how good her Gamba skills are.
But she's been praying and kind of idolizing, wanting to get Rag, and she has not gotten it yet. So, and of course we have her going up against Rag. Rag isn't going to have his hero power, or might have his hero power on. This is normally like the turn before.
It's getting close.
He's not fighting tokens. Well, let's see.
And what you noticed there on the left too was she was looking at how the fights went for the people that she got in her hero power duel, because you have to kind of evaluate. Is this person going to win? Is this person going to win? And try to make an educated guess on that one.
Yeah, that's what I really like about Lord Barov, is that it really kind of adds that extra level. It really rewards players who are able to keep that extra level of information in their head about everything that they're playing. Really impressive stuff.
It can get very difficult.
That extra goal.
Because you're already, Battlegrounds is already a complicated game, and thinking about, am I going to level up? What am I going to buy? How strong is my opponent? And then when you add the extra mini game in there of the hero power and evaluating that, it definitely gets a little bit crazy. Rich though, won her gamble, and now has lots of coins. Trying to pick up that.
But yeah, we have the Crackling Cyclone.
I mean, this looks like a game where Silsa would like to hit. Sorry, go ahead.
Oh, no, just something that I find that Warden is a card that a lot of players kind of skip over. That it's just kind of like, that's a 2-1, but it has a lot of damage potential at your opponent, and generally is more stats than it is perceived to be. Being able to stick around and always keep attacking, it's like sometimes like an 8-4, and just subtly really, really good.
It's a great unit. I mean, I think the fact that dragons aren't quite as popular probably hurts it some. People might be picking up Crackling Cyclone over it, but I still pick up Warden pretty much every time it's offered, especially if it's early. You level up to tier 3 and you see it, you're never disappointed. Just one of the powerful 3-ups. I would say that one, Crackling Cyclone, Deflecto Bot are all ones you love to see.
Ooh, we get this like Crackling Cyclone double hit on that Deflectobot, being able to get it before the refresh from the Golden Harvest Golem being able to come off, but it's still not.
Oh, surprise! Don't you love that when all of a sudden you're like, okay, this is close, maybe, and then like 4 tokens come out of a unit. You're like, never mind.
To be fair, it still wasn't that close. There was a lot of stats on the board. Thankfully, Slissa was able to get some positive trades, cleaning up those tokens with the whelps. But Slissa is definitely behind when it comes to power on her board right now.
Yeah, I mean, this is a board looking, from Slissa where you want Caligus, right? I mean, and the thing is, it's much more difficult to make that work these days. It does have a lot of money from winning the hero pot, and does hit the triple here. So she can't get it this turn. She's got to figure out, like, okay, do I want to buy anything here to get stronger? Can't really do it. Like, does the Deflecto make her that much stronger?
To the last opponent as well. Generally trying to keep on, trying to make sure she doesn't die, like you were saying. But now, what do you do here? Just hero power?
Well, I think she's probably just hero powering, because there aren't good enough upgrades in the shop to buy. Like, I think if there were good units, she'd be happy to swap some stuff out just to not take too much damage, because with the coins, she can definitely level and get a 6 next turn, no problem. But But it's just one of those things, and why dragons are tough these days. Because if she takes a big chunk here, which she probably doesn't win this fight. Even if you hit Caligos, it's kind of tough. So I think it's one of those. If she takes a lot of damage here, she might just take a 5 drop because she has more rolls. But she's really hoping it's minimal damage here.
Yeah, I mean, she might even win the gamble. Did bet against Daryl, unfortunately, because that's unfortunate. However, with that, Daryl was on a winning streak, and generally is hard for him to kind of pop off that turn if he's already on a winning streak. So probably going to lose to Lich King. So even though I'm rooting for Daryl, it's probably a good gamble on her side. So she might have a handful.
These were some
of
pretty good hits
for.
These were some pretty good hits for her. Like she sniped the first wildfire element with the hero power, and yeah, this is a big deal. So now, I mean, depending on who her opponent is, I kind of like trying to hit the wow. She's got a scam sign. Look at that. That's awesome.
Yeah, 10% chance to tie, a 10% chance to win. Definitely happy to see that. And she's going for it as well.
And she hits
it. There it is, Caligos. Let's pop off.
Huge. So she has a lot of gold here, and you can see how quickly she's doing stuff because that was the one she was looking for. She's going to ditch that elemental because it just doesn't scale, and it's time to buy battle cries. That one is not a battle cry. Don't get jebaited into thinking that 2/2 is a battle cry. It's not. She of course
already
has.
Yeah, she already has other minions in hand as well, so she can just completely use her mana to buy battle cries, use her hero power, and fill the board.
Right, she's keeping this triple chance in hand too, just because she doesn't want to board lock herself. Yeah, it's an important thing. Sometimes I used to do it all the time. I'm better about it now. I'd be like, okay, I want to make my board as strong as possible. I'm going to play this, and this, and then you're like, wait, what do I sell? So you want to avoid those situations. This turn she isn't that strong, so this is kind of the
scary turn
you
for
clinch
sure.
a little bit, and you're hoping that you could maybe tie, or if you lose, it's not bad.
I was clinching a lot of it, still am. I'm scared to see what Omu has.
Should I be clinching too?
Wait, okay, this is Omu. All right,
this is Omu. Okay. Other side of it.
This can be scary. We do have a mama bear.
It doesn't
but
look
that
bad for her, actually. I mean, she's gonna. I don't know if she wins with the mama bear, depending on how the snipes go. That's a good hit, but I don't think she takes a ton.
Value trade. This is looking good for her. Definitely isn't going to die. She definitely still has a chance to win. Her minions have more health. No, never mind. Doing some
trades are bad. As long as she kills the mama bear, it's not that bad. Oh, Kitty's here. What are you doing? Hi, Kitty.
There is Cookie. Dreads
Kitty's
Kitty.
Excited because the sun is out, which is causing a bunch of glare. But she whenever the sun comes, she tries to run and jump in it. Go ahead.
Well, also too, when it comes down to it, is that Solomance is, from the devs themselves, is an expansion all about cats. And even though I don't have a cat, one of the prizes that you guys can win by typing !! giveaway as a command is actually this, or let's see, this pin. It is Bigglesworth playing with a book from Solomance Academy, and it is super awesome.
How do I get my hands on one of those?
You gotta do the giveaway, man. It is super cool, and I mean, along with the Solomance book, I might have stolen this from a forbidden library, but don't mind me. But yeah, ! Giveaway, type that command, get cool swag, all Blizzard stuff. Again, Esports Arena invites events, Marines and Blizzard really showing us the stuff. And of course, if you guys are interested in more, if you guys are interested in more great tournaments and content, check out esportsarena.com. The prize pool and production is provided by Esports Arena. There's some really great guys in production over there, so make sure you guys check that out. And of course, they are huge supporters of esports everywhere, so props to them. And now we have Educated Collins here going full-on beast mama bear. We have the pack leader extra buffs. Kind of lackluster late, but we'll see how it does against a powered-up Rag.
Going against Rag, it definitely feels, well, not a ton of stats yet from Rag, but it's looks like an uphill battle. Ooh, the bird gets sniped. No value from that.
I believe
Yeah.
the term that I'm going to say here is game over, man. This is Omu
Yeah, I mean, if
staring at death.
all of the token. Okay, never mind. I was trying to hype it up a little bit, and then the pack leader died, and now then it's really,
Yeah.
100%. Cookie, stop trying to destroy everything in the stream room. The sun gets her really excited, so I got some glare here. I'll close it. I'll close in a second so you can actually see me. But she's now pawing. I've got soundproofing things, and it's anyhow.
3 died. Daryl dropping as well. I am a sad panda. And of course, that is an emote that you can get with the perks pass. I am super glad that's a thing. So we have Reno here. But this board for show, I mean, it looks okay. But he has double macaw with a rat pack and the infested wolf. This doesn't necessarily look consistent, but he's undefeated. Oh no, you're fine. But right here, it's hard to think how this is so successful right now.
40 health. Yeah, wait, I just came back and looked at this guy. He's full, and this is
show
turn 11, huh?
Yeah, this is Sapphire Reno. I wouldn't be surprised if Reno has some pretty cool build here, because every time that I've seen Sapphire play, it tends to be pretty impressive.
Yeah, he's at tier 5, looking kind of for. It seems like trying to collect some triples. Because what he wants to do with his build is go the full Macaw Beast build, right? So in that build, you have no other death rattles other than Goldrun, and the birds are kind of the stars of it. So he's trying to transition from this Mama Bear kind of mid game build with the Divine Shields into the late game comp.
It's really interesting. I kind of like this hero power on the Mama Bear. The way that you're really going to lose is not getting buffs out of that Mama Bear. So kind of protecting against any kind of snipe shenanigans, I kind of like, even though I don't think it lines up very well against this particular comp.
I don't think he could do anything here. So remember when I was talking about the completed comp? When your opponent has that completed comp and you are still in the old comp, it's bad news. Because the thing is, you take massive damage against beasts, because if you can't kill like one of them, you don't kill any of them. And I wouldn't be surprised if Sapphire ends this fight with the entire board full.
Yeah, he looks like he's praying that Baron dies.
It didn't die.
Yes.
And now there's like no way you kill anything.
Mind.
Luckily, he's at 40, chance. You know?
We're crossing our fingers for the Baron to die. There's still a chance. There's still a 5-1 on the board.
The 5-1. Can he be the hero? Whoa! The hero.
Victories.
Okay.
You gotta celebrate victories. Woo!
You only take 29 instead of 34 there.
Casual
all right.
29.
Okay.
Casual 29. Oh. Again, that was the grand scheme of things, probably not important. However, can we talk about Sapphire's board? He popped off with the multiple Goldens of the token beasts. I mean, that's exactly what I was talking about prior to leading into that game. Sapphire has really shown his stuff, that he knows how to make some really incredible builds throughout the qualifiers. Wouldn't be surprised if he is definitely a front runner when it comes to the end of today.
Yeah, anytime you see a giant kitty cat, you know that it's been some Brand Chadguard shenanigans, and he just gets so big that it just gets to stay at that point. I always appreciate that when a token gets so big that it gets to stay into the late game. It's like you've earned your spot. You get to stay around with the big boys. Yeah, so this is
Divine Shields. Freeze.
Yeah, so he didn't get the Goldrun, which is what he was hoping for there, and I think it's kind of fizzling out on this comp. Like without a Goldrun, yeah, everyone else has the Goldrun.
Everyone else has the same build, but just a little bit more refined.
Yeah, it's the thing about beasts. If you don't hit a few pieces, and that's one of the reasons it's not more popular to beasts in general, just because if you really want to have a comp that could potentially win, you have to hit all of the pieces, and then even if you do hit all of the pieces, you're probably not going to beat a Hyrule Elemental or something like that. But the nature of Battlegrounds is you have to play what you're given. Most of the time, you can't just pick, I'm going to be the Hyrule guy.
I think something that's very insightful as well that I heard recently is that comparing the elemental, most powerful builds, is that the elementals generally have things that require only 1 or 2 cards to really make the comp work. With beasts, you need 3, 4, or sometimes you need a specific gold card to really make it work against the most powerful stuff. So beasts can get there, but it's a lot more moving pieces.
And then you also can't have other things, right? You can't have these other death rattles, which makes it even more difficult to assemble like the perfect comp. But he's alive. Wait, he just dodged. Wait, I thought he was a goner. I had written him off. He dodged like was it a 93% lethal there?
I was like same boat. I was looking at the next lobby and the next people. I was analyzing what Reno was going to be doing now. Okay,
and that's a big deal for points because he's now top 4.
So we passed up on the Divine Shield for the Amalgadon. So 12 wins is in a separate lobby. But yeah, we will be right back, guys. So anytime that we switch over like this, we're going to get you right back in the other action, but generally want to see these last fights here. So this is for the win here.
128. 130, 128. I think...
Can we compare that to the Battlemaster? This is a golden Battlemaster. 26,
nice golden Battlemaster. Yeah, nice one. And you're gone. All of that effort, tripling it, and it dies to some random elemental. Yeah. It died to an Amalgadon. That's not the worst.
And that was Sun Glitter. So again, Sun Glitter's doing very well in this tournament so far as well. So getting another second place there for Sun Glitters. 12 wins. Again, he's also doing exceptionally well. But here, Snow versus Mustache.
Yeah, this is the 100%er, you know?
Yeah, he almost like he wants the Mama Bear to get picked off maybe once, like soak up an attack or something. But even when he's been using the hero power on it, it hasn't been getting, it's snipe protection, but it hasn't been getting sniped, so it's almost like less value than he really wants.
Yeah, the thing about it is, he doesn't really have a great thing to hero power. I think if he had a chance, if he had a unit where he could try to scam someone with a gas coiler or something, he probably would go for it because he knows he's not that strong. But there really isn't a great unit for him to hero power there, and it's just, the Mama Bear is the most valuable. So, but that's a good top
I do like that. I definitely like that hero power for sure. But yeah, when it comes down to it, again, it's that feeling. There's some times where you use a hero power and it just doesn't quite pay off like you want it to. And I think that's one of the reasons why we see a lot of the passive heroes or the free hero powers feel so much better, especially in a tournament where you're stressful and if something doesn't go your way, you can just kind of get in the zone of just going, oh man, this didn't work. But now we're going back into the Sapphire X game where we just see the absolute golden, huge beast build. Golden. So
that's a golden Baron. Yeah. The golden tier 5, golden tier 6, and that's not a golden bird, right? But he needs one more bird to find the final piece here.
Well, no, it's a golden bird that's on deck, or sorry, on the board. But he also has a second.
That's a
for
second
the fourth bird.
Oh my god!
Yeah,
birds on birds
Monstrous
on birds.
Macaw. Also, something I love about Monstrous Macaw is that its art is actually a giant macaw. It's actually monstrous. It's over the size of a ship. Yeah. Which, well, again, it's one of those things that you don't always look at the art, but when you do, you're like, oh my god, this is actually huge.
Appreciate the little things, right? One thing to note about his Amalgadon too is you can't have death rattles on it. So.
Oof. We do miss taking out the Rivendare. It wasn't really a 50-50 because it would have to attack twice into the Golden Rivendare instead. But still.
I said it was a big deal, and then I looked up at the boards, and I was like, wait, I guess it wasn't that big of a deal. He's so much bigger. I mean, these stats, look at that. 130, 107 Macaw. Yeah.
And again,
and look, Rag doesn't win.
Beasts can win, and beasts are still strong, but it's just when you get all the moving pieces put together. Yeah.
And a hero like Reno,
chance that it doesn't die.
Yeah, I mean, a hero like Reno can do it a little bit better too, because if you hero power a Goldrinn or a Baron, that's a triple that's hard to get. So you can actually probably a hero where it's a little bit easier to win with beasts than normal. So what is he looking for here now? He maybe another golden bird. I mean, there's not a
Get
whole
me two
lot
more
to.
macaws, and I'm a happy camper.
I mean, he might play another Myexna over the 30/30 just for additional zap protection. Like he'd have to get really unlucky for zap to get him anyways, because it would have to hit that twice, the Baron twice. But that's kind of one of the only things I think that he could do here to make his board even more dominating. Do we remember what KT has? What board KT had?
Kael'thas was Born. Born was doing.
No.
I do not remember off the top of my head.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. I don't know if we saw it earlier, but it's going to have to be something good to beat this. You need like Divine Shield, Poisonous Amalgadons. Like Poison's kind of what you need to beat this, because the one thing that he is missing is Hydras, right? So he doesn't have that cleave, which with the stats with this big, you probably don't need it, but poison could be an out.
Yeah, definitely the Divine Shield pointless comp, but also too with the Baron Rivendare on the side of Reno here. And Born realizing
admitting it's over. Yeah. That's a golden
I
chat.
believe Kael'thas was beautiful. In fact he was another beast build. So realizing that his beast build was inadequate compared to Sapphire's, taking the loss there, showing off his golden Khadgar.
I appreciate that. A little bit of kind of fun sportsmanship at the end there. I like to do it with a pogo. A pogo is my favorite concede board. But yeah, I mean that was a pretty insane high roll. It's fun to see beasts win though, because I think we'll see. We already have seen a lot of elemental builds doing well. The poisonous Divine Shield stuff. So to see a beast player come through and win, that's cool.
Yeah, I mean, also too, can we just talk about how strange that lobby was? It was just beast build after beast build. The top
beast
four
on beast on beast on beast
build. That's shocking. Where were the elementals? It's just were Nomi and Rag just not in that game? Because spoilers, they're in every game right now. They are no matter what. So I don't know what to tell you about that, but here comes the leaderboards. We have an interesting situation where we have a tie coming in here for 5th place, Dog and Super JJ.
Well, tie for 7th and 8th too, right?
And 8th, yeah, look at that.
And so 12 wins now on top. So one of my, not to toot my own horn, but one of the guys I thought was, had a really good chance to do well is out here at the top. Lee, one of the, kind of the last second fill-ins is also showing, that his skill up there above 300 points. So it's still quite close, but that's a bit of a gap now with 12 wins compared to everybody else.
It really is. But what's really interesting too, at the very beginning, the first time we looked at the leaderboard, we had primarily all the invitees up at the top, and we do still have 12 wins there. However, now we are really seeing it like P Mustache and Born really kind of making their way up there as well. And Arden Beast is not too far behind as well. So this is the updated leaderboard here, but we're going to leave you with that. Don't go anywhere, guys. We're going to go on another quick break with another round of Battlegrounds action coming at you here from the Esports Arena Battle Blitz. Don't go anywhere.
Searching for meaning in a relentless world, always connected, but somehow alone, trapped by illusion. We offer another path, where the battle to belong begins. Awakened by a calling, united by the cause you fight for. No one can take away what it means to be among the few, the proud, the Marines.
Welcome back again to the Esports Arena Battle Blitz. This is a Hearthstone Battlegrounds Tournament. And of course, my name is Heatwave. And of course, to my right, your left. I don't know. I have to look different ways. It doesn't matter. This is Driz. And we are going into the finals here. And these are the final top 8. Now, everyone else that didn't make it here on this leaderboard that we're about to show you did walk away with $100 for participating, but this leaderboard, it got close. We had a tie for that 8th place that you'll see here. So unfortunately, with the tiebreakers, Artem Beast was able to beat out Mr. Purple, who was doing a great job. There's quite the drop off between that top 8, but again, they are walking away with some cash.
That's got to hurt, right? You know, a tie for the last spot, a tie at any other point, you're like, yeah, you know, not whatever. But that's a tough. I'm sure that's a tough pill to swallow, being that close and just missing out. But
and this
still get $100.
Yeah, this top 8 here. So we have 12 wins. P Mustache, Lee, Born, Sun Glitters, Dog, Super JJ, and Artem Beast are going to be going into a 4-game not elimination, but 4 games here to determine who's going to bring home the money. So at the very top, we're going to have them fighting out for points. The points are now reset. So even though 12 wins has a substantial lead, the points are reset for this second round, and they're going to be going at it to see who's going to be going off for that first place here and taking home that coveted Esports Arena Battle Blitz champion, and of course, all that money.
Yeah, I'm excited. I mean, it was a pretty close first round or first four games. It'll be interesting to see if the same people that did really well in round 1 also perform in round 2, or maybe if they don't get as good of heroes and other people get those good heroes, maybe they have a little bit more trouble. So yeah, I'm excited to see if 12 wins, for example, can keep up that blistering pace, or if someone else will really come out on fire in the last few games.
Yeah, and this is something where we even saw these players win with some unconventionally powerful heroes. We saw a win from Van Cleef. So there's something where even these players have been consistent throughout this entire qualifying and throughout today. And they don't just high roll rag every single time. They're coming out on top with whoever they are given and really showing why they're some of the best in the world. Yeah,
and one thing that probably is very important for them being some of the best in the world is knowing how to do well with less good heroes, because it's very easy to watch streams and figure out what a good strategy is to play with Rag, but it's not that easy to do it with Edwin or one of these other B tier, let's say, heroes. And there's the money.
Yeah, so this is where it's going to be interesting to see how players start playing. Because now that the money is kind of really ramping up, do you start, like you were saying earlier, Dreads, like do you just go for first all the time and just make sure and hope that carries you into the top 4 all the time? Or do you just, because you're in the money, this is going to be going for it. So it's going to be interesting to see how people play. I
think people will take a few more risks now, because you can see the money definitely ramps up towards the top. And now, they're already guaranteed. So I believe all of these players get at least $200, if I remember correctly. So they're already getting that, and I think they're probably going to be trying to take it all down, which means take risks. Triple into that 5-drop, and hope you hit it.
Yeah, and of course, this wouldn't be possible without Esports Arena Bites events and the Marines. Again, you guys can check out esportsarena.com for more great tournaments and content of esports for every kind of game all over the place. And of course, check out everyone on Twitter. All the social media for Esports Arena is Esports Arena with no frills or anything like that. Of course, you can follow Dreads over here at Dreads Gaming on Twitter, or myself, Heatwave CA, as in California, on Twitter as well. And we always have some great Hearthstone content too. So we're going to be going right into this game number 1, watching, of course, Dog. And he gets that Forest Warden Omu, who has been putting up great performances all tournament long.
Yeah, you got to feel good, right? It's not the best hero, but it's definitely among that top tier of heroes. And you can see Dog snap picket, and got to be feeling good. Did you catch what was banned? I always am focusing on the heroes, so I sometimes miss seeing it. They don't show what's missing; they show what's in. So you have to kind of figure it out.
I definitely won't be sad if Hearthstone devs kind of make it more apparent on what is missing. Obviously, when you're playing, you can hover. Actually, I learned this the other day. You can hover over the deck on the top right-hand side of the screen and see what's missing. but unfortunately we don't have that capability right now. So we're going to start hovering over stuff. We do see Murlocs, we do see Elementals and Mechs. So that's a pretty clear indicator that there's probably going to be beasts, dragons. Demons.
Deck tracker can also make it easier for you. If you
deck tracker is cheating.
Deck tracker, look at, hey, I'm all about the cheating like that.
I'm joking.
As an arena player, I love that thing. There was a time where there was no deck tracker, but it's been so long now that I don't remember what life was like remembering what was in my deck.
Yeah, generally that's something that I've always been focused primarily on casting. So being able to remember as much as I possibly can without the visual aid really helps when you actually do have it as well. So I really focus on not using it. However,
I'll let you handle that. I need the crutch.
Elementals next. So it's still no information on what else we have here when it comes to minion types.
We'll be able to figure it out eventually after a little bit of time. So yeah, he doesn't get a great second unit here, right? He's looking for. I guess it looks like he's gonna take the free roll basically, but not the best one drops to upgrade into here.
I know. I'm a fan of the refreshing elemental. It's something that you can really. Oh, there are demons and murlocs and pirates, so it's beasts and dragons that are not in this.
We figured it out.
That correctly. Yes, mostly because I also can see Twitch chat and everything on a second monitor over here on my left-hand side. So thankfully,
what you're saying is Twitch chat just carries. Once again, Twitch chat knows it all.
Sure. Yes, you're right.
Always.
However, I do see this. This is also a huge thing that why I like the refreshing elemental. When you're able to just, if you don't necessarily land on powerful things on this important 5 gold turn, being able to sell and roll 4 powerful 2-star minions can really do powerful things for you.
Yeah, with the spawn, being able to have that token. I mean, it's not necessarily a token, but Elemental is for all intents and purposes acts as a token. And now being able to have as many minions as possible with the spawn is a big deal. Mm-hmm. So he's just going to take. Go ahead.
Yeah, but what do you think? He passed up on Molten Rock with a whole bunch of elementals that he could have played.
Yeah, the thing is, spawn. If you take the Molten Rock, either you're not taking the spawn or you're taking the spawn with like less total units, right? So it's one of those things where I think he doesn't want to commit to necessarily elementals this early, and just likes having a full board with spawn. Because with this type of a board, he's already going to win fights. I think Molten Rock, like I like that unit if I hit. I'm terrible with the name of the things, but the
party elemental perchance.
Party elemental.
Yeah,
there we
party
go.
Elemental.
Party. Because I remember Party Rock or something like that. But
Party Rock is
together,
it's basically like lore. It's Hearthstone dev named it pre-release of this latest expansion of the Masquerade and the Elementals and Battlegrounds, where the Party Elemental and Molten Rock equal Party Rock, and you have to shuffle while you start dumping a bunch of Elementals and buffing the Molten Rock.
Yeah, so that combo obviously is good, but the party the without each piece they're not so hot, and the thing is that the stats are kind of underwhelming on the turn you buy them. So I like this. I like just taking the spawn and going for a full board. The spawn didn't die. It's like my spawn. My spawn never dies. Opponent spawn always. Mine, nope. Just dodges. Gets a tie. Yeah, not bad.
Take it any day of the week. So we have Dog on Omu, Born on Maev. Some really powerful, like this is an incredibly powerful lobby. We do have Lich, which is generally something that is kind of frowned upon. However, Lich can just scam games. There's a lot of really powerful things that you can do dunking your hero power.
Yeah, so I think you identified that right. That Lich is clearly kind of the outlier here. I mean, Nas isn't the best hero these days. There was a time where Nas was the one that everyone wanted to get, and those days are kind of gone. But I would say Nas and it's still probably better than Lich. So Lich is kind of the hero. We'll see what I don't know who's playing Lich right now, but we'll see what they can do with it. One thing about Lich is you do get good early game tempo. That's kind of the idea of the hero. By using the hero power, you're able to ramp up early. And so I can see it working in this meta because if it helps you get to tier 5 faster with a good board, you can still pop off at that point.
Yeah, I think something that really feels good about Nozdormu, or just I think that that's what makes Nozdormu a pickable hero, is it feels good not to spend money on the refresh. It makes it a little bit more consistent when it comes to hitting things that you want. And it may not be as powerful as some other heroes, but it doesn't feel awful to pick Nozdormu.
Especially when you level up. Those are the big ones where you get a level and get a chance at a higher tier unit before other people. So that does have that really feel good feeling.
Yeah, and this is Sun Glitters on
Lot of
that
points.
Lich. But then this is going to be a tough lobby for basically anyone. We do have that triple here coming in with this Metal Tooth Leaper.
So this is huge.
Though,
With a hero like this,
but
you got to hit these.
got it, something good.
And I want to let you guys know that is not the hit.
No.
If you were thinking of what a hit was, what it looked like, that wasn't it.
Yeah, with no salty booter or something that can scale with the pirates, the Hogger just seems to not get it done ever anymore. And this is going to be an incredibly hard lobby. We have Ragnaros, Reno, and Omu. Omu's already on 4, along with Lich, but hasn't taken any damage. Like, that's the power of Omu compared to, say, a Lich. Like, instead of just taking 12 damage, it's still more powerful.
You just get a level up and have a board.
Equal, yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, this is a tough spot because I mean, McGurgle's not terrible there. Do have 3 Murlocs, but you know, without hitting a direction there, and Burgle isn't really a direction. It's going to be tough now for this hero.
But look at Rag; he's so tiny. As Sun Glitters would say, he's so tiny. He's going to get eaten up alive, and this is exactly what we want to see when we fight against Rag. However, Rag got Sulfurous online now and isn't taking a lot of damage because it's still early. So even though
this is when you want to play Rag, right?
Mm-hmm. Now let's dodge him for the rest of the game.
You know exactly what I'm thinking. Yeah, now let other people deal with that. You procced it, now other people can deal with it. I'll level up to 5 here. This is a very aggressive level. I'm a little scared because our board's not bad, but it's
against a dog with Omu, which he was really strong even a couple turns ago.
Yeah, I mean, I think the thing that Sun's thinking is, you know, only 1 triple chance left on the board. So, like, generally, if you don't have that many triple chances, you kind of have to level. I'm not sure if I would have done it because you still do have that 1 shot. But the Battle Master isn't that bad. It might soak up a little bit of damage, and now, at least now she's on tier 5. You can hopefully roll into some of the better stuff.
And every time that I see Dog play, I'm just afraid of how much more powerful he got every single turn. It just seems like he's able to stay consistently more powerful almost every single turn, even when he's leveling. It's impressive. So even though he has 6 minions here, he does have the Screwgiant Clanker that has a replicating menace.
Yeah, so it turns out that I think Sun looked at Dog and saw that he had leveled up really aggressively as well, and probably wouldn't have that good of a board. So with that knowledge, I mean, it was definitely the right decision because she wins this fight and is on tier 5 now, and can try to find a win condition. That's what you're doing at tier 5. Like you're looking for a Bran, you're looking for a little Rag, you're trying to find a way. I mean, here you might look for Murlocs too, but you need to find a way to win the game.
And what we saw there is that Dog was on 6 minions. It's kind of an indicator that he definitely had frozen something for a triple. There's one of those reasons why you just kind of hold instead of spending a couple extra gold. And then he instantly did upgrade one of his minions or get a gold. So he's going to be infinitely more powerful after that turn. But yeah, Sun Glitters is definitely on top of it. And of course, me knocking Battle Master again, the turn that I knocked it actually does okay. So you know what? Maybe I should stop knocking Battle Master.
Yeah, so she hit double Light Fang here. I'm not a big fan of Light Fang, but 2 of them, you can kind of make it work. I wish we had more minion types, because right now we're only getting buffs on 3 different types. She does have a pirate in the shop here, and normally that's like the best pirate to have in this type of menagerie setup. Unfortunately, she doesn't have triples. So it was the bomb. No, she tripled the leaper, right? Yeah, so that she doesn't have a single golden minion, so it doesn't really work here. Normally, that's a unit you'd like, but interesting. She's not hero powering anymore. I guess she just doesn't
especially
think
with the Battle
tempo.
Master. Yeah, with Battle Master on board, it's generally something that you definitely could consider taking a couple more and making it even bigger when you bounce it back. But definitely more of a
if you find another one,
yeah.
Looks
Ooh,
unfavored here, but I mean,
I didn't see
good scaling.
I didn't see what Reno golded, or it looks like that he hasn't even used his hero power, or it instantly got taken out.
Yeah, I did not notice either. My guess is hasn't used it yet, but yeah, hopefully we can see later at some point when we get oh, there's a Bran. Okay. So obviously one of those units you're looking for on tier 5. And
Murlocs?
Yeah, so
there's the board space is definitely awkward here though.
It's decision time, right? Like, do you want to commit into the Murlocs here, or I think with the double Light Fang, you're kind of committed to this. It's too much. You invested too much into it. She really needs to find other minion types though. Like if she's gonna do this, we kind of need some kind of elemental, ideally a Divine Shield elemental. Okay, that's great.
There we go. So again, now that we have the second, so now that we had that second Battle Master come up, do you think she hero powers, or is she too afraid for her life?
Yeah, I think she's probably grabbing the elemental first and then freezing for the Battle Master would be my guess in her spot. But we see JJ here, and he's low on health. So, Rag is this powerhouse that tends to dominate a lot of lobbies, but already at 9, and I think I'm trying to remember how strong Reno was. Reno did win the last match against Sun, so I wouldn't feel great as Rag right now, but he does get this round of buffs, and that's going to be a big wildfire elemental. But it's you'd like to have a little more health, maybe in the 16 to 20 range. This is kind of scary.
Yeah, Reno did have a couple Deflectobots, a lot of Divine Shields, refreshing Divine Shields. Why am I saying Baron? Goldrin. No, why? Man, I'm really messing it up. Divine Shield 1/7. Divine. What's
Baron Rivendare? Boulevard.
No,
You're thinking of Boulevard.
There, Boulevard.
God,
I'm thinking of Boulevard. Dancing around that the entire time. Legendary. Oof.
What we should note here is if JJ does survive this fight, with double Nomi going to pop off really hard, but I don't think he survives here. And it's one of those things where I've done this with Rag, where you try to do Nomi, and it hasn't worked for me. Because you don't scale up fast enough, and it doesn't do what Rag does well. So I don't know. We didn't really see his board plan and what happened there, but maybe a little bit of a little bit too optimistic thinking you can pull off Nomi with such low health.
Yeah, Sun Glitter's on the Lich there too. Also, again, not the Omu of getting power leveling, just taking too much damage and just dying early. Again, those are two heroes that generally can be very powerful if you get there fast enough, but both Rag and Lich not able to get there and passing.
Yeah, she must have taken a big chunk. I mean, I'm trying to remember how much health she was at after that last fight. She did lose, but I don't think she was insanely low. But it's tough. I mean, when you have a hero like Lich and everyone else has really good heroes, it's hard. It's definitely an uphill battle.
Definitely like selling the skill for. It's generally something that I like having back in the pool when you have the little Rag and Gar comps, something where you can keep bouncing and keep getting more and more elementals. Plus, it's worse than the Crackling Cyclone on board as well. So
yeah, I think trying to figure out
getting rid of it.
If he wants to buy another elemental here, and I like this because actually he's gonna go for a reset. Okay, I didn't see the big deflecto. When we jump around, it's a little bit hard to identify all the strong points of the board. But yeah, I like this with the big deflecto, a second reset, quite a bit more valuable than one more buff from a 2-star elemental.
Yeah, the double Gar is definitely incredibly powerful. There's the golden, but
golden foe reaper.
It's not the biggest. That's an interesting Reno. Huh.
That's the Reno that you didn't hit like the perfect hero power target, right? Like you're looking for something, you're holding out, you triple into a 6 drop, you can't really find what you're looking for. But Foza, it gives you immediate power, and looks like probably gonna end up winning this fight. So worth it in that case to hero power it.
Yeah, we have the death rattle on the Reno side too, from the replicating menace magnetize.
That's always an unfortunate surprise. We tied? No, sorry. There's 1-1s in there. Take the
Dog coming out on top with the ghost here too, able to take a breather. Getting the ghost so late too is such a key difference, and being able to get a few more points and possibly get a little bit more cash in your pocket just at this
and a huge shot here.
Late game. Yeah,
like hitting another little rag, and sometimes it'd be tough to make work, but because he gets a ghost, like you definitely go for it because you have the time to scale.
Mm-hmm.
Looks like thinking about whether it wants to play the Amalgadon, and I think I like holding it because it kind of board locks him at this point. He doesn't really want to ditch one of these Gars. He's playing against someone he knows he'll beat. So next turn, he can take a whole nother round of elemental buffs and then probably end on the Amalgadon. Unless he like triples the little rag or something like that.
Yeah. Let's just find a triple for the little rag, be able to play some beast, get an extra adapt on Amalgadon, or just a Bran, just casual.
I don't want to be greedy, but I feel like triple Gar, triple little rag, and then a Bran also in the shop for the Amalgadon that we play might be an okay turn. I don't want to be greedy, but that seems okay.
Well, he's got the time. The ghost fight is definitely going to be easy for him.
Yeah.
We haven't seen a lot of heroes today. Things like Deathwing and Cat. I wanted to see some Cat gameplay for sure, but
Cookie,
the ghost
Cookie's
is definitely
Cookie wanted to see some Cat too.
Fight.
But it's too hard to compete against the top heroes with that stuff, and a lot of money on the line. It's fun to maybe play Cat when you're just grinding the ladder, but when you're trying to win money, you stay away from the Cat. I would, at least. No kitty.
I would be terrible at tournaments. I'm a memer to the extreme in Battlegrounds. I always want to find those weird, hybrid comps all the time, and that's generally how I lose. But you know what? Can't be mad about it.
But when it works, it's worth it, right? That's the thing. It fails many times, and that feeling when you pull it off and you get a win with something that's unconventional, you feel on top of the world.
Mm-hmm. Also, this is something that I haven't heard a lot of people talk about, is the buying of the Gambler, the money card that sells for 3. It's actually something, when you take it out of the pool, it increases your chances to find things that you want instead of another Gambler. So even though it seems like it doesn't do much for a lot of heroes, even though there are definitely some heroes, like Dreads mentioned earlier, that it does do positive things for, most of the time, it's not the case.
Yeah, the other real good thing about the Gambler is that if you get your final roll and you end in a shop where you don't want anything from the shop, you can take the money with you to the next round. So that's the real advantageous thing about it. And if it's on a turn where you're going to sell something, then you always buy it. So sometimes I have rounds where like my board's, I'm not hard board locked, but I don't know if I'll sell something off, and then I pass on it. But if I know I'm going to sell it, it's just good practice, right? And that's one thing about a game like this. The more things you can just autopilot, that opens up, I think of it as opening up my brain to be able to work on other things. That's just a check. Okay, do that, do that, do that. And then the part that, it's big decisions, I can allocate my boomer brain to work on those things. I'm not the fastest Battleground player, but
oh man, I love it when Pirates were meta. The Golden Hogger, just APM Pirates build. Oh, so much fun. But yeah, we also saw that instantly pay off. I
was Hog God.
Anoyo module. Hog, very nice. But yeah, we saw that Anoyo module instantly pay off by being able to buy the Gambler, play it, get that extra adapt on the Amalgadon, and then sell it for the Anoyo module. It's perfect gameplay from Dom. And this is just
every time the
pickings.
Wildfire goes into a Divine Shield, it just feels so bad because you don't get the cleave effect. It's not it's not a normal cleave, and it hits a Divine Shield, and it just sadness. But this isn't close. I mean, just way too strong. Going to be hard
it's going to come down to
top.
This Omu with double Little Rag. We do have that Reno with a lot of refreshing of Divine Shields. who just beat the Kael'thas. So this is probably going to be one of the final matches here, or at least a preview of the final match between Reno and Omu, unless Kael'thas has something that he's sitting on now that he's going to be going up against the ghost of Nozdormu.
Yeah, I think Kael'thas is probably hoping to sneak out a top 2 here by one of these players taking out the other. I'd be pretty surprised if Dog got knocked out on this round, but you just never know. These matchups are volatile. So right now, Dog has one Poisonous Amalgadon, but if Reno has found a way to get multiple poisons, and this is the kind of board that could get scammed a bit by the Poisonous Divine Shield stuff. But he now has, I guess, 4 Divine Shield minions, looking less and less likely.
A 4-star
buffer. Yeah,
that it is. Lands on the non-poisonous Amalgadon too. Take that any day. Definitely, this is kind of an interesting thing on whether or not he got stronger this turn, because he did sell that Gar, but did develop a lot more stats on the Screwjank.
The thing about Gar is I've kind of found more and more often it doesn't do enough because there's so much poison, and so its attack oftentimes doesn't scale to the point where it's one-shotting things, and then it's almost a liability against the Poisonous Amalgadon. So I don't hate that sell. I think it's a painful sell. You're selling your 6-drop elemental, but oftentimes is the right call.
There we go. We see the massive cleave, but again, just hits a Divine Shield, and chances are that it actually might look like it can attack again, because that health does survive, does able to get an extra attack off. The Screwchain Clanker is now going to die from a single attack as opposed to multiple.
Yeah, this is
don't get the refresh.
It had some scam potential, but it looks like in the end going to be okay. Not going to kill Reno though, right? I don't think it's quite enough. Nope. So not going to be an elimination. I think Dog is due for the ghost, if I remember correctly. I think he was the farthest one to have it. I guess not.
That's not the case.
Okay.
It does look like the triple Amalgadon is probably bait.
No.
We do have the Divine Shield on both, even though one
doesn't
isn't
have
poisonous.
poison on both, but still, I think that probably isn't the call.
Let's see here.
I'm trying to remember how the last matchup went between these two.
What are the chances that Kael'thas got so much more powerful that is going to beat the person that beat Reno previous turn?
Pretty unlikely. Pretty unlikely. Took 17 from Reno. And we were 90% favored in that fight. So
good luck.
My
Kael'thas.
guess is that.
However, I do love the scam potential of mechs. I mean, the Reflectobot is just, or Deflectobot, whatever it is one of my favorite cards. I love that refreshing Divine Shield. Sometimes there's always that hope of getting all the refreshes and just
everything lines up perfectly.
You have no right to be able to win. But you know what? It's one of those cards.
Did you play in the early days where Cobalt was a thing?
Yes, I actually didn't like it back then because I'm too hipster, but that's beside the point. I'm just one of those gamers.
You're a hipster. I got you.
I like mechs now because they're not the most powerful. I'm one of those guys. I like finding the niche things.
I may be the polar opposite. Give me the broken stuff. Every patch. All right, let's see what he's got.
All right.
So he definitely
going to be possible to take up the Khadgar's apprentice, but no go. No dice.
Went straight into the poison. Still
Khadgar's
looks
apprentice
like
is going to be bringing back a golden Mechano egg, though.
Yeah, I don't know if it's quite enough stats. Dog has scaled up really well over these turns with the double little rag, and don't think it's going to happen. Now it's definitely not going to happen with not getting an extra reset.
What, you still don't have hope? I have hope. I have hope that this golden Mechano egg is going to get the job done.
If it somehow gets Divine Shield like 6 times over, then maybe.
See, I think that's the main difference because I've normally been casting a lot of like normal Hearthstone over these last couple of years. One of the main things that I love about it is sometimes there's a hope that a Yogg box or something can just eke out a win. in a lot of
The
battlegrounds now,
hope.
there just isn't that small chance of being able to come back from behind. It's just kind of like,
I
oh,
can
it's
tell you
100% rip.
from playing a lot of arena, I do not want a Yogg box in Battlegrounds. Let's keep that in standard. I don't
Well, isn't
need
that
to
what
get
boat
Yogg
is?
boxed anymore.
That's what boat is, and that's
Boat's
why
okay.
chat loves boat.
Yeah,
Always
boat
pick boat.
is an acceptable level of RNG. Yogg box, I don't need anything like that. Keep it away. All right, Genie. Just for the stats, I think, right? At this point, he's going to be playing the poison as his final unit. I think he's kind of decided, and that's just plus stats on the board. Probably going to grab the taunt buffer here.
A lot of stats, yeah.
I guess he's thinking about keeping the Genie, but it's really late in the game. I feel like it's just...
It's a little small. Nothing in particular. Yeah, I
trying to
really
decide...
like ending on the poisonous.
Yeah, he's always going to do that, I think. He's deciding if he wants to keep the Little Rag or the Genie. And I think this is definitely better. That second Little Rag is a little small, right? That's the thing. A 12-12 at this stage of the game is not, not all that relevant. I think Dog's looking really good. I'd be pretty surprised if he doesn't take it down here.
Definitely. He was able to get that Amalgadon without poisonous up to a very high amount of attack as well. Really going to take a chunk out of anything that touches it.
It's a big
2 Divine
foe
Shields
Reaper.
down from the crackling. But again, took 2
that's
attacks
a big hit,
to kill something.
Now he doesn't get this. He doesn't get. Oh, that's a huge.
Yeah.
Okay, well now it's
scam potential is officially gone.
Another reset
completely,
dead.
utterly gone. All my hopes and dreams of wishing that there was some kind of scam potential is no longer the case. Oh my god, Reno is toast.
Even if the foe hits again, the foe hits perfectly middle. Still not quite enough. Yep, yeah. Not quite enough. All right, Dog takes it down. Looking really strong in that game.
Very nice. And yeah, Dog, once again, showing his chops, really making excellent play, really executed wonderfully throughout that entire round. And I mean, come on, it's Dog. This is like what we expect from these invited players. There's a reason why they're invited, why they have such a huge following. And I'm sure there's Dog emotes in the chat right now. You can't go wrong. Yeah,
I just want to comment on, it feels like that was more of what I expected for final matches. We had some of these Beast games where everyone was playing Beasts, and the final 3 were all Beasts. That was your traditional Hyrule Elementals versus Divine Shield Poisons. I mean, there were a lot of mechs in there too, but that was kind of what I've been experiencing in the meta. And normally the Hyrule Elementals are what come out on top in that matchup.
Give me more cat games. Give me more 3 Beast Final Fours. I want the weird. I want the things that test people to make it not as meta. But let's look at the
Keep dreaming, buddy.
I will. I'm gonna fingers crossed. Let's do this. So we're gonna look at the scoreboard for you guys right now and see how well Dog is doing, because Dog is on top. But then let's see, is this completely updated? I'm waiting on word. But 12 wins also. 12 wins is a commanding lead. I did hear word. We're going to double check something for you guys. The leaderboard, when it comes to points for this final round, whether the points were going to be reset or if they were continuing on from the earlier round. So never mind. I misspoke earlier. This was not a reset of points. So the people who did more successful earlier on in the day.
Yeah, but that thing to keep in mind is that the points scale up here. So in these last 4 games, I believe it's double what it was for the first 4 games. So although it's not a hard reset, that definitely means that the last few games matter more to winning. But yeah, so the 12 wins dominating performance at the beginning keeps him in this top spot, at least for now. But with 3 more games to go, it's still really, really anybody's game.
Yeah, and we do see our other invitees, the Sun Glitters and Super JJs, down there at the bottom right now. So again, no one's out of it quite yet when it comes to getting up at the top of this money earners. But let's get into the game here. We're going to be following Super JJ here. And here are some less than spectacular heroes.
You're getting Malygos, what you wanted here.
Even though, I know, Malygos is actually something that a lot of players did pick during the qualifiers, but it was super poor performing. But Deathwing, I'm not sure was much better. I'm going to bring up some stats on him right now.
I'm going to blame you for cursing JJ here. You said you wanted more heroes that are not the top ones, and then we go into JJ's game, and look what he gets offered. The Heat Wave curse.
I mean, there's also the Curator. All right, well, let's talk about other. He's not the only one. Curator actually was, other than AFK, was the worst performing hero in the qualifiers. So it's not just him. We get a lot of people who are looking at the not wonderful heroes. So Deathwing can scam some games and did okay. But when it comes down to it, definitely some lackluster heroes here.
Yeah, so you can see an interesting decision here. He's going to hold the swabbing in hand, and I think most of the time this is the right call, because getting an extra roll after you level up is better than getting a roll on the next turn. So basically, by taking this damage, it gives him a better chance to high roll later. So yeah, it's a small thing, but people generally just grab their minion and slam it on the board. But with the swabby, you definitely want to think about it a little bit. And also, you mentioned Curator. Curator, just, it's funny. There was a time in the early days of Battlegrounds where Curator was like the hero, the go-to hero. Back when Menagerie was just very, very strong, but it's fallen off a bit. The amalgam just doesn't quite do what it once did anymore.
Yeah, I was actually just looking at stats. It looks like the Curator. The Curator actually technically had a higher win percentage than Deathwing. However, a top 4 percentage is definitely less. So again, we're grasping at straws here. Both these heroes are less than spectacular. And as you see, an Omu already taking a chunk out of Deathwing, which is not something you want to see if you're playing Deathwing. You want to start getting ahead early and snowballing.
Yeah, and you notice here, it looks like JJ is going to go for the straight level up because a recent change was Rat Pack is no longer on tier 2, it's on tier 3. And Rat Pack is one of the best, probably the best early to mid game unit for Deathwing. So JJ is saying, I'm going to just take a little more damage, get to tier 3, where you also get opened up to Divine Shield minions like Deflecto Bot.
Replicating Menace, Divine Shield minions as well.
A lot of good units. Crackling what? What's the second part?
Cyclone.
2
Cs.
There we go. So a lot of good units for Deathwing on tier 3. And this damage is like I said, it's not that bad to take a little bit early on if it sets you up for success in the late game.
And it's
against Yeah, true.
Get to dodge the steal.
Giving him that thing. Mm-hmm. Yeah. One thing I just want to point out, so JJ actually is, I would say, more of a newcomer to Battlegrounds than a lot of these players. Like he's played a lot of the auto chess games at a high level. I remember him in the early, like the original Dota auto chess, and I think he played TFT for a bit. But in the last meta, he started playing and really shot up to 14K. Like it was extremely fast. Very impressive. These rolls, however, not impressive. So he was really hoping to hit. Yeah, he was really hoping to hit a good unit here, and it's a little bit of a risky play what he did, because he kept, he power leveled, and then just when you do that, you kind of have to hit, and this was not a hit. He's going to take another chunk here, and next turn he kind of needs to hit one of those units we talked about.
Definitely. And when it comes down to it too, this is something where if you're feeling lucky at home, we do have giveaways for you guys. So if you feel like you're a little bit more lucky than Super JJ here, type in that exclamation point command, exclamation point giveaway command for a chance to win Hearthstone swag. Everything from pens to pins that I'm rocking here on my collar, little Bigglesworth, or a trip to the Forbidden Library with Solomance journals, things like that. Lots of cool stuff. Hearthstone bags, which are super cool. Make sure you guys try to get some sweet Hearthstone swag.
Look at this. He got a Pogo. Finally saved. Everything's... What? He didn't take it? Chat.
He got Khadgar. He's praying for a token, trying to get back in this, just anything. But
Pogo would have brought him back. I'm convinced this was a huge misplay. Pogo would have been the answer, propelled him to that first place. He turned his nose up on it, and now he's cursed. What can you do?
Did we just switch roles? What happened to you wanting the most powerful things? Well, we're going to go away from Khadgar.
Everyone loves
Super
Pogo.
JJ here with Deathwing. We're going to take a look at, looks like Sunglitters after this combat.
And it's going to be a tough
this is
combat
not looking good
for JJ. I don't see a way where this board wins or ties. So going to take another chunk, and yeah, this one's looking tough.
Yeah, especially with the bombs here. Normally a bomb can like possibly, it does hit a couple or a non-bomb, so able to get away with
not the worst
death
damage.
not going off.
Oh, yeah. All things considered, that wasn't as bad as I thought it would be.
All right, and here's the Maiev with Sunglers getting, and instantly, let's see what she gets for 5. Little red.
Good or bad?
Off the top. No dragons, Razor Gore, the Untamed.
That's a Keck W. I guess it's going to go, man, no dragons. There's one in the shop. So we're going to pick up the Bronze Warden, and man, that's always, like, Razor Gore just doesn't feel like it scales fast enough to me. None of those options were great. You know, it's, at least this is something that you can build around, but yeah, tough. That's the worst feeling, is when you triple into that 5, you know, you finally get it, you open it up and whiff.
Has Sunglitters been working out? It looks like her forearms are looking pretty massive around her picture there.
Wait a second. Those are my forearms. Did she okay that with me? I don't remember her asking to use my giant forearms. Look at clearly matching. They barely fit in the shirt. I'm gonna have to talk to her after.
Probably. I mean, it looks like we just need chat. Everyone's just praying for after getting Razor Gore. Man, there's so many minions that used to be so powerful that are just not adequate anymore.
Yeah, so you notice this is JJ she's playing against, and JJ actually hit some decent synergy now with the Khadgar. Doesn't look like it's going to be enough for this fight, but you know that at least didn't take tons of damage. Still no real clear direction to pull back up, but it could have been way worse.
I mean, the unstable ghoul there, that stunk for Super JJ, being able to just basically clear off his own Khadgar. There was a chance that he was going to be able to tie that, or if not win, if he got some other Death Rattle minion there, but unfortunately, Ghoul was not what he wanted. Sunglitters being able to isolate this Anoia module gives her a lot of options when it comes to finding some more powerful mech synergy down the line. Again, like you were talking about earlier, Maiev able
Anoia
to kind
modules,
of save later.
No, Anoia module, like you said, it's just one of those units you kind of always want to buy. Like, even if you don't have a mech at the time, if you have the gold for it, it's just a good investment in the future. So I definitely like hero powering it. You know, it doesn't improve her board right now, but later on, if she hits an Amalgadon off a triple or a Foe Reaper or something, you can instantly buff it. So good use of the hero power. She is not very strong on this turn, so she power leveled up to 5 here on turn 7, and she's going to need to hit either a triple here or, you know, some direction, because I don't think this board is going to keep winning for that much longer.
Yeah, it looks like that it's really going to come down to trying to find a Caligos, some kind of dragon synergy here to just kind of make this Razor Gore worth it. Able to get a pretty decent trade there.
Yeah, I mean, when I said not much longer, this would be the not much longer. Good hit there to save a little bit of health. Not quite killing the Hogger, so that's going to hurt a bit. But yeah, she, like, this turn isn't massive damage, but if she doesn't improve a lot on the next turn, it's going to be a ton of damage.
Yeah, well, at the same time too, she is Maiev, and she was at perfect health. So when it comes down to it, and there's more dragons, this might be one of those times where the dragons just gets the job done. But again, she's at 5-star, really looking for triples, trying to find a Caligos or something. So again, more direction, like you were saying.
Yeah, so when you're on 5, it's basically, you know, as Maiev, you know, Caligos can work, but it would have to come soon at this point. I mean, she's definitely on the lookout for things like Bran. Like, she has a pretty good menagerie setup right now. She's got a great dragon. Actually, she has 2 dragons, so it's not the perfect setup. But Bran or Nomi, maybe a little bit Nate for Nomi, definitely Bran and Little Rag. So without finding those there, she's got a little bit stronger. but I wouldn't say it's enough for her to really start turning the tables and winning fights.
Yeah. And now we do have Dog on screen here at Ragnaros on the brink of destruction. However, he was offered the multiple or the triple of the Deflectobot. However, he really wants these multiple refreshes here to be able to stay in this game. He is almost dead. So
he's just
got
too
to
low.
do everything he can not to die here. Yeah.
Yeah, like he knows if he survives this fight, he'll start scaling like crazy, but he's got to survive, and that's why he took the mummy here. Just an additional refresh, another chance to survive. And I think
looks good
looking at this board, there's a pretty good chance he will survive. As long as all of his resets don't get sniped, that's a great hit. Okay, that one deflecto down.
There is the golden Kaboom bot though. That is definitely a scary.
Ooh, yeah.
No, that's okay. It's still not dead. We're
hit.
Getting some value trades. There we go. We're in it.
He's okay.
Success.
Oh, I didn't realize there were some microbots. Again, surprise, but still just enough stats. That was a clinch moment for Dog fans.
Whew, survived, and now I wouldn't be surprised to see Dog and Rag just absolutely start annihilating everyone. Again, he got right down to the brink, but was able to pull it off. So here, what are we looking for? We have a lot of doubles.
So with Rag, it's a little different game plan. He's going to think about it because he does have another good target to buff. Like he already has the dragon, which he can buff. So it's definitely worth considering. I think he's going to end up not doing it, but you don't want to take that triple if your deflectos are huge. So if you have two giant deflectos that already both have death rattle on them, reset each other, then you definitely don't. In these stages of the game, I think you can consider it, but considering again he's at 4 health, probably not worth it.
Yeah, and I love this. Right, again, you see the Annoying module come out. This is more Divine Shield, more buffs. And it's going to play out perfectly, selling a buff minion to make space. Again, you're at 6 minions, not the end of the world.
Well, you got to feel for Deathwing here, because this is a pretty good Deathwing board. You'd almost think that this Rag board is a Deathwing board. So I believe it was JJ on the Deathwing is going to be in trouble here.
I know, we'll see. We haven't seen JJ for a while, and he was starting to pop off. He's starting to find his groove, but we have been watching Deathwing this entire game. Let's see if the Heat Wave Curse, as you dubbed it,
once again, here it comes.
We do have security rover shenanigans here, but it's not going to be able to value trade into mostly anything.
Yeah, the problem is the rover doesn't like you said, doesn't get that extra hit. It goes in once and dies, and that's not really enough value. We're looking at too much health on the side of Rag and Dog here. I just don't think, even with the Chadgar kind of popping off, it doesn't seem like it's going to be enough.
Definitely close.
Just a bad matchup.
But the Tower tier, yeah,
he's gone. I think Deathwing could beat a lot of other people at that stage of the game, but going up against a Rag there's not really much you can do.
Yeah, it's super rough. Feel for Super JJ getting the Deathwing. I mean, it's definitely something that you can actively feel the power level of that hero when going up against Rag right there. Just too many stats. Yep. I do really like this Replicating Menace too. I always put the Replicating Menace on the left Deflectobot. Definitely something where, because that has the higher chance of dying in normal combat without any kind of shenanigans. And we do have the freeze for the Harvest Golem triple. This is looking really good for Dog. He's hitting his stride right here with Rag.
Yeah, things really turned around. I mean, it was that one turn of kind of close. He was favored in that fight, but he could have died on that turn. And once he gets past that point, the scaling on the Divine Shield minions is just absurd. And now it'll be interesting if he goes for a 5 or a 6 off of the triple here. I think probably he goes for a 6 here, because getting a cleave would be really nice. So getting a Foe Reaper or something. Depends on how confident he's feeling. Like if he gets a Ghost, I think he would always go for a 6 in this spot. But if he doesn't get a Ghost, he might be like, okay, I want to make sure I'm at 4 health. I just don't want to die, and I'm getting the scaling from my hero power. I'll just take a 5 and have enough gold to spend on other things, because that's the thing when you tier up. That's kind of the one thing you do on that turn. You tier up, you buy it, and that's it.
Yeah, this Rafam also has some impressive stats on a pretty impressive win streak. 5 upgraded or triples that he's made, or 5 golden minions, and a lot of big dragons. All right, see how combat plays out here. This Nadina is going to clean up.
Yeah, that's a huge dragon board. He's dead. He's dead. I mean, this is the, it doesn't happen a lot, but that's 2 Caligos, and I believe that's a golden Razor Gore.
Yeah, that's a technical term, right? Dead.
Dead. Yeah, that's my term for when I know I'm 100% dead. Dead. You can go 4 deads, but
4 deads.
damn,
no more than 4. Okay.
Yeah, 5 is excessive.
Again, you're the analyst. I need to make sure that my terms are correct. So we're going to bring
very
you
precise.
now the dogs up into the sun glitters. Again, we're going off with the, what is this? With a battle cry. So we have a Caligos ourselves. So Sun Glitters was able to make the transition into Caligos with Razor Gore and go full dragons herself. She has a big Divine Shield taunt too.
News for Sun Glitters fans. The bad news is she hit dragons, but she didn't hit dragons like Lee hit dragons. Like she's got she's got dragons. Lee has like the alpha dragons that this is going to be, I hate to, ruin the build up, but this is going to be 100%er. 100%.
This is not going to go well, especially because Lee has some poisonous things as well, a lot of stats. And Ed Lee also, his minions are huge and Sun Glitters are tiny.
So
look at
just
that Amalgadon. There's
confirmation.
Nothing that. This is going to be rough. This is
So
Lee's side.
Lee is so sure that he is going to win this fight. He's not even playing the second Nadina. This is like the Chad move. You're like, I know I'm going to win. I don't want to board lock myself with double Nadina on the board. You kind of want to save that Nadina for like the last fight. And he's going, there's just no way that I lose this fight at this stage of the game, and I'm going to keep it in hand. And he's correct.
Yeah, the golden Razor Gore versus the early Razor Gore that Sun Glitters had. Look at the size difference. I wonder if he played, especially with the Razor Gore, I wonder if he stole one of Sun Glitter's Razor Gores, or if he just got
maybe
extremely lucky.
We didn't see that stage of the game, but it's definitely possible. It's hard to get a golden Razor Gore otherwise. Definitely a tough unit to triple, but just not. I mean, that Razor Gore is just, it could take all 3 of them out.
Yeah, and I had such a great time watching Sun Glitters cast or these qualifiers, but Lee got so lucky. He's just again.
That's
I
right.
feel like I'm going to hit all the Sun Glitters mannerisms throughout the qualifiers.
Yippee for the Lee fans, not so much for Sun. But you know what? She stole my forearms in her picture, so I got to say, slightly punished for stealing my arms.
There you go. All right, so here we do have the Morzond, and also too, that Morzond has a high chance of getting some really good stuff because Sun Glitters was dragons.
He wanted to dodge here, and I think you saw that pause. We can't hear him, but he didn't want to triple the Nadina, because triple Nadina is maybe the most meme-tastic triple of them all. So it was low chance. Even if he hit it, it's probably not the end of the world because he could try to discover another one. But that was the only reason he had a little bit of pause there, because he didn't want to hit that triple. This lobby is pretty. I would be very shocked if anyone could beat this dragon board.
Yeah, let's see. So the way that we beat it is a ghoul board that has Selfless Hero refreshing, not killing your poisonous minions, and then applying poisonous across your board while also killing Nadina. Yeah, I don't see it.
Basically,
happening.
You would need a bunch of poisonous Amalgadons and the ghoul, like you said. And I just, because the problem is there's so many stats on this dragon board that it's not like you can free kill with your poisonous minions. It just isn't going to happen. Wow. Are these two people playing the same game? What? One of these boards is unlike the other.
Artem Beast got into the top 4 with 2 major Domu executists. I'm shocked.
And
So I think this was a phenomenon that happened a lot during the qualifiers that we were able to see, is that generally sometimes the people in the top four are the ones who are able to avoid the top players the longest. And look, the
right, of
Curator
course.
in KT or Kael'thas apparently like that. They get obliterated as soon as they fight some of the top tier heroes.
Yeah, even more so in this meta than past metas, who you play matters a lot because if you dodge the high rollers and get a ghost at the good time, you can sneak your way into the top four because people die so fast. Like we saw, what was it, a minus 37 on that last turn or something insane like that. So yeah, like one of the important skills you have to master in this current BG meta is finding the ghost. You get the ghost, not your opponent. And this is just, I love this part of the Dragon game because you get to kind of turn your brain off. Like, you buy the battle cry, you sell the battle cry, you buy another battle cry. And, it's like you did the work to get to this point, and this is the reward. He's trying to think right now. I guess he's going to decide to play the Nadina and go for the kill. Because it's like, he probably doesn't die in one hit. So, you could, in theory, keep the Nadine in hand, but I think he's thinking there's a good chance I just kill my opponent on this turn with the double Nadina, and yeah, I like it. I think and
this is one of those.
There's a good chance.
Yeah, this is one of those situations where this Amalgadon actually has a perfect amount or the perfect adaptations. If he would have had Wind Fury and Divine Shield with no taunt and poisonous, then it's this awkward, you have to play it after the Nadina or else it's just going to kill itself probably, or if it has taunt without anything, then you have to put it at the back and hope that it gets Divine Shield without dying first. So it's really perfect. It's able to attack once with Divine Shield poisonous, have the Nadina die, get the Divine Shield back, still be at full health. It's exactly what you're looking for.
Yeah, so Boren got a little lucky in this
nuts.
fight. Yeah, he sniped the second Nadina before the other shields were gone, but it's just nowhere near enough. I mean,
did you just say
Pirates.
He got lucky? There's 100%. You're right.
That was as lucky as he could
get. Which is
get.
the best kind of being right, I guess, or the worst kind, either way.
That was as lucky as you could get, and he's still dead. That was too many deads. Oh, I went against my own
wait,
rule.
hold on. Now you're going
man.
against. I am confused.
It's late.
Cat's
It's late in the stream. I mean, what can you do?
Oh man! Again, so
that
was really interesting. Again, we saw Deathwing get eliminated first with Super JJ. Awful, definitely Heatwave luck, or Heatwave curse, whatever you call it. And then the Curator on the other side, just kind of sneaking by and getting top 3, which is pretty impressive.
And
so
Rag,
let's check out that
7.
leaderboard.
I mean, that was shocking. Yeah, so you have Lee. Lee is now on top. Jumped with that victory with the double Caligos, now on top of 12 wins, and I believe this is fully updated. If so, that's a big difference for first second to the rest of the board. And yeah, these are the updated standings, and those two are breaking away a little bit. I mean, that it's not like it can't be overcome because again, points are doubled in these last couple of rounds, but. Those two have to be the favorites going into the last rounds. Yeah,
definitely. But of course, there's definitely moments and opportunities for people to get scammed. Definitely where Lee can just kind of get that 8th place that Super JJ unfortunately had to hit, where you just kind of get super unlucky. But yeah, this is halfway throughout the championship or the final bracket, for lack of a better term. We have 2 more games coming your way, but not quite yet. We're going a quick break, and then we'll be back with more Battlegrounds action. This is the Battle Blitz from Esports Arena. Don't go anywhere.
Searching for meaning in a relentless world, always connected, but somehow alone, trapped by illusion. We offer another path, where the battle to belong begins. Awakened by a calling, united by the cause you fight for. No one can take away what it means to be among the few, the proud, the Marines.
getting right back into the action here. This is the final stretch of the Battle Blitz Hearthstone Battlegrounds Tournament. Dreads, this is Dog on my favorite hero, Daryl. Let's go, Dog.
Perfect.
Dreads
Perfect,
wrong.
huh?
Let's do it. Yes.
No, I'm excited. Two games left. Still quite a few people within striking distance of the top two. And anything can happen. Fun to see some Daryl action here. Hopefully we do see a big dance. And your favorite heroes. So you must be on cloud 9 over here.
Elemental is so good with Daryl. I love it. It's definitely a buff for him with this recent patch, even though he's not anywhere near Rag, which we see sun glitters on now. Excuse me. It's definitely something that we have a lot of. We're going to see what we're missing out on when it comes to element or types of warbands. But we have Murlocs, which has a token. We have the Elementals with Celementals popping off.
Elementals, here. They might be in. I think Elementals could be in this lobby just based on this shop. What is he? I guess he's thinking about how much he wants to go off here on the early turns. Because with Daryl, there's a couple of ways you can play it. You can dance early and stay on 1 a little bit longer, or you can just level up normally and plan your dance later on. He's going to at least play normal for this turn.
Yeah, being able to wait, hopefully get something a little more powerful to dance on. Again, you really want to dance on something that has a defined shield, something like a security rover, something that really takes advantage of that extra health and attack. Also, too, look at this lobby. It is filled with the most powerful heroes in the game. We do see Lucky Pants, which I believe is that Born? Or...
Sorry, so you said the most powerful heroes. You meant the most powerful heroes in Daryl, right? We're not going to say Daryl is one of the most powerful heroes. Come on.
Hey, I will say that Daryl definitely has his work cut out for him. It's definitely going to be a little bit tough. However, if anyone can do it, it is Dog. I want to see. This is going to be super exciting for me. I like novel situations, especially when things get tight and it's in a tournament. Dog on Daryl instead of Dog on Rag or anything like this. If Dog can pull this off and get in the top few, this is going to be impressive stuff. I am interested to see what the Myrtleton or certainly Myrtleton has, because everyone else in this lobby with Alec here now, Storm, Maiev, Lich King, Jandis, this is all powerful stuff. And there's mechs for Jandis too, so this isn't a sleepy mech or a sleepy Jandis either.
Yeah, so all of the pretty good hero options across the board. Like we talked about Daryl, but Daryl's fine. Good chance to get top 4 with that hero. Alakir is good but not broken. Nas is good but not broken. The other heroes are just the broken heroes. So lots of firepower for this second to last game here.
If we have an easy buy with Gambler, again, that's just one of those heroes that's able to really leverage the hero power. Just instantly get some buffs on.
He's going to go for early dance, and the good thing about doing this is it means he won't take damage early on, and he gets to discover a 3-drop here as well. So this is and Deflecto probably. It's one of those things where
Leaper, I like it.
Yeah, you kind of want to dance on your Deflectos, but you don't mind getting one for free there. And this was a cool turn. Kind of highlights how Daryl gameplay is a little different, right? Like you have to be a little more flexible with how you do things, and he's insanely strong for this turn. Yeah, I think he might have a chance to win this fight.
Dancing is what you do.
You're all aboard the Daryl train here.
Yeah,
you're invested. I can see it.
Not even if it's just Daryl. I really like when people take things that aren't meta and are able to win with them, especially do powerful stuff. Again, I really like being able to dance something, make something powerful, like a Righteous Protector. No one else in the game really right now really leverages Righteous Protector, but Daryl does, and I really like that kind of alternate gameplay that some heroes and hero powers provide, or some even cards provide that you're able to leverage. So I like it a lot. Again, this is going to be interesting because there's so many powerful heroes in this lobby, and I do like seeing Rag at the bottom. It's unfortunate that it's Sun Glitters down there, so we do hope that she's able to swing back, but we'll see.
Every time I see Righteous Protector, I think of Tyrion days. Remember that hero back in the earlier days? Tyrion was like a powerhouse, and I just can't look at Righteous Protector the same way after dying to that thing being buffed up over 15 turns or whatever it is.
It's going to be
These
interesting to
days,
see if
not
Tyrion
so
ever makes a return.
I mean, how
yeah,
would it
and
be
just-
that busted anymore? I don't know. I mean, the power level of heroes has gone up and up and up. So I'm not sure that it would be that insane when you got something like Ragnaros running around.
Yeah, it's very true. And by the way, Lucky Pants is 12 wins. Just a
Okay.
clarification as well. The Lich King, again, Crackling Cyclone is such a powerful card, and being able to use the Lich King hero power on it can really clean up early boards exceptionally well.
Yeah, he actually wins this fight, and was a big favorite. And I mean, that's surprising because Daryl at with that board is still quite strong, but that just shows the power of Lich King. Get a good minion to hero power, and pretty nutty.
It's definitely something where I've seen people hero power things like Spawn of N'Zoth on lackluster boards, even when they have a Crackling Cyclone. A big advice for me, for anyone else out there. Oh, and those hats were great on these Harvest Golems. Definitely good for this Deflectobot. However, when it comes down to it, it's just, like I was saying earlier, it's just really powerful stuff.
Yeah, one side note about Daryl is you can see the lizard, as we call the unit from back when the lizard was very broken. It's a very good unit for Daryl because you don't have to dance directly on it, but by buying other units, you naturally buff it. So units like that, also like Crowd Favorite, isn't a bad extra unit to have, at least in the mid game, just because you get those stats when it's not your focus.
Definitely. And that is the Rabid Saurolisk, for those of you who may not know what the lizard is. However, I'm pretty sure
lizard.
Your Twitch chat,
it's
you know
always
everything.
lizard.
Rabid Saurolisk. Thank you very much. Call things by their name.
I wish I could. It's not that I don't want to. I just the names.
They're
just a
physically
tool
unable.
Yeah, they're just a tool. They're a means to getting wins, and outside of that, they're pointless. I'm just gonna say it.
There we go, Daryl.
No pogo
Janice,
there,
what's
right?
up?
For Janice, did you notice there was no pogo on that board, right? For Janice.
Yeah. So this is Sun Glitters here
There's
with
a pogo.
Ragnaros. We do have Sulfurus equipped now. She has killed the requisite 20 minions, and her board isn't looking
Early
necessarily
Hydra.
super weak right now. And she has a golden Kaboom bot with a monstrous macaw coming in. That is definitely something that can help her scale. However, she also has that Cave Hydra that she wants to attack first and start scaling as well.
So you noticed she. I was gonna say you noticed she tripled that bomb into that Hydra, which normally you don't take try to triple into 4-drops, but as Rag, it's a little bit safer play and it can pay off huge here because this Hydra, I mean, after a couple of turns, it's just going to be a monster.
Yeah, really like this positioning too. These Murlocs are almost definitely going to be sold out, even though they are doubles with a War Leader here. But I really like what she has here. The buffing of the Cave Hydra, the golden Kaboom bot with the monstrous macaw. Things are looking great for Sun Glitters. Even though she's at the bottom, I think everyone knows Rag is in the game. Yep. Just because at the bottom, they're not out.
They know it's coming. And yeah, just a side note, as you mentioned, if you don't hit a Divine Shield unit, mechs are a good thing to buff. Just because you can throw a Deflecto on them later and get that added value out of it. So it's kind of like it might not be your first choice to buff a bomb, but it's not a bad target at all.
All right, let's see here. We do have the Cleave that can clean up a lot here. There's a lot of valuable minions. It hits the Mama Bear, gets the Divine Shield, but the Monstrous Macaw is going to be able to activate the Mechanowake, so not all lost for Beast here.
Yeah,
but that's
the Mama getting sniped there wasn't that big of a deal. Normally, that's like a death sentence, but with this comp, the Mama Bear is there for a transition, so eventually they're going to want to get like the full Beast comp with the Macaw and probably some buff Beast. But on that turn, the Bird was much more valuable to get the extra 8/8 out.
Definitely. But you know what? When you're Sun Glitters right now, you're Ragnaros. You are scaling and you feel good about any kind of tie still. You have the late game in your back pocket, so can't feel too sad about it. The Wildfire Elemental is normally good with Rag, but she already has the Cave Hydra.
Yeah, I don't think she wants to invest in that. She was trying to think if she wanted to grab the money and save it for next turn, or if she wanted to roll and find like a better buff target or a triple. Looks like with this roll, she'll settle on the money just it actually is a triple chance, not a triple you really go for, but hey, a triple is a triple. And she's gonna, with the rag scaling, you don't have to get you don't have to have increases in stats as much each turn as other heroes because you just get it passively. And she'll figure out a comp at some point.
Yeah, what do you think about the possibility of picking up the second Cave Hydra with the pack leader buff, selling one of these Murlocs, and then going from there? Because you still have the money, but this is more of an investment in the late game. So is that second Cave Hydra really not worth it?
The thing about the second Cave Hydra is it's a little hard because if you want to buff it, you have to put it far right? Which then your cleave is now on the far right, which likely will get hit into. And she doesn't need as many triple opportunities here as maybe some other heroes because she's gonna scale naturally. So I don't mind passing on the Hydra here. It's if it was a Divine Shield unit, I would definitely buy it and start buffing it instead of the bomb. But I think the one cleave is probably good enough for her in this spot.
Yeah, definitely looks strong. It's something where a lot of people will see that double, and especially if one of your most valuable minions and go, this is what I need. And also too, it was a possibility of getting another double, but she got that in the Gambler, so it was able to get the job done as well.
Yeah, it's one of those things where your cleave gets buffed so much just from buffs you buy and from the hero power that you don't care too much about the extra stats it gets from tripling it. It just becomes a weird thing of attack order if you're buffing two cleaves. So no, I think this is good.
Definitely.
She does need to figure out kind of what her other supporting units are here, though, because the most common rag boards are you got Deflecto bot, then you've got some Bolvars, and everything's got Divine Shield. Here is a unit that can help her scale. She just found the little rag. But a lot of these Murlocs got to go basically.
Yeah, I really like that buff, the level, especially with the money in hand, so she's able to roll and actually get more powerful this tournament as well. That Gambler pickup from the previous term really paying off here. Getting the Stasis Elemental with a little rag too feels good for Sengulu's fans out there.
She's just keeping the one pair because it is a pair. Basically, and probably if she doesn't hit that triple, she'll ditch that Murloc. Well, now with Bran, hitting the
module as well.
Exactly, yeah. That's the big thing in this shop. I do expect her to also buy the Bran. She doesn't have a bad menagerie set up with the Hydra, the Mech, the Kaboom bot, and Elementals. Could ditch the Murlocs. Could keep them for a little while. I don't think this bird lasts much longer because if you have Bran and Little Rag, and you need to also have a buff spot, it's hard to keep to have board space for all of that. Well, so I think a lot of stuff goes this turn.
That's definitely the question that I have here. We also have Baron Rivendare with a Monstrous Macaw and a Golden Kaboom bot. I mean, with Divine Shields being so prominent and so powerful, getting a bunch of early bombs to go off can really mess with your opponent. Do you ever go that Baron Rivendare as your support unit?
I think if she was a different hero and trying to play more for maybe like top 4 and knocking some people out, I would do it. Just because you're like, okay, I'm probably not going to win this lobby. This bomb build can be pretty good here in the mid game. But as Rag, I think she'll probably pass it. She wants the buffs. She's going to go for it. Okay.
Whoa,
I'm excited to see where this goes. Because this is a lot of stuff going on.
This is
we got
interesting.
all
Getting
the buffs.
Both is so weird. Interesting.
I think what she's gonna do is use the Baron for like 1 or 2 turns here for just some strength with the with the bomb on the board. I don't expect it to last too long because again, I said like with board space, it's Bran and Little Rag is already a lot to make work, and you throw in a Baron and it's kind of tough. So
but at the same time, she instantly got rewarded. That was the Tavern Elemental or the Twilight Elemental. I forget which one is which. The purple one. That is exactly the payoff card for that play. Getting Bran, getting multiple elementals to proc, getting them in hand, getting the Stasis Elemental, getting double crackling Cyclones off of the Stasis Elemental.
Those are the good ones.
That is exactly what she was looking for.
I was totally on board with the Bran and plus the Little Rag here. Well, we'll see how much she uses this Baron. I mean, it could be one of those things where she wants the Baron actually for the late game with selflesses. I mean, she probably plays it this turn, but it's kind of interesting. It depends on how strong she thinks she is, because it doesn't do a ton right now. I guess with the bird, it's decent. She probably does play it. With the bird and the golden bomb, it's quite a bit of firepower.
Yeah, I mean, no matter what, it was. I think the combination of both Bran and the Baron was super interesting, and probably going to get rid of one sooner than later, especially probably the Baron in that case. But when it comes down to it, right now, this is just really strong.
And I think if she does pick up some selflesses, she might decide to keep the Baron and toss the Bran, because that is so powerful later on when you have all your things buffed up. And she, sometimes it's not as good with the Rag because everything already has Divine Shield with a lot of the comps. But with what she's playing right now, it's not your normal, let's call it, Rag build. And so giving Divine Shield from another source could be quite valuable.
We were just talking about how this bomb might just do that against a Divine Shield build. There was no chance. I mean, technically there was some chance. Technically there was a chance by looking at this current combat stats at the top of the Sun Glitter screen. But wow, the Lich King was not looking strong there against this comp at all. That bomb. I think she really double sniped.
Yeah, she double sniped the Deflecto, I believe, and that was definitely game over. We'll see.
Yeah,
this is interesting.
Sometimes the win percentage. Yeah, sometimes that win percentage seems a little bit off. It's probably more tied into who attacks first and just getting extremely unlucky with bombs, which again could happen. With a second red, this is definitely a situation where one of the
she's got to dish something, right? Yeah, I think it's time for that to go. It did well that turn. It's either that or she ditches the Bran. Okay. I mean, she's gonna go. I feel like if you're gonna ditch the bird, I might as well just ditch the Baron. But I guess
the Baron, yeah. So
she's gonna ditch both.
To get multiple minions, yeah. Because Stasis Elemental will give you another elemental as well.
Yeah, I wonder if she should have played one of the Cyclones first. I think that was probably slightly better to start buffing, because that's one of the better buff targets here. Yeah. Okay,
we do have a triple on deck as well. Yeah.
Yeah, normally she'd play sell, but because it's a triple, she's just going to freeze it. It always pains me when I float a gold in these spots. It's not a big deal, but I'm just like, it maybe just triggers my OCD, and I'm like, I want it to be perfect. I want to have 0 gold left.
You want to be efficient.
Yes, definitely. Efficiency. That's a scam comp if I've ever seen one. What is that? What is Super JJ cooking with over here?
You know what? Sometimes you gotta, if you don't get offered elementals in an elemental world, you just gotta.
I mean, this is scary for Sun, because she's only 52 to win, and this is the kind of board that could just one shot her. So definitely not a matchup that you want to see. I think she's gonna be okay based on there's not enough board space for that much from that Coiler, and didn't seem like the biggest of high rolls, but. Definitely a little scary for at least a little while.
Yeah, this is absolutely getting cleaned up. Can we talk about those bombs just sniping one of the Robosaurs? Like, that's just insult to injury for Super JJ. This feels like he's been getting the short end of the stick here in this final lobby here, unfortunately. But
that's where you look over your opponent again. You look over your opponent and you're going, you got the best hero. You have a Bran. You have 2 little Rags. You got a Hydra that is already at 25-25, and I've got some kind of scam comp trying to get a top 4. Life's just not fair sometimes.
It did look like both of these games. This past game that we saw Super JJ, he did what he needed to do to try to win. He was able to come back slightly when it came to that Deathwing play. He generally found a suitable, if you want to call that suitable, he found a way that he could have won. With not terrible odds as well. So he's doing everything he can. But
it's much easier to play Battlegrounds when you're given this type of a setup than when you have to make an untraditional board work. So basically with that, it's like that's not a comp that you would shoot for, right? I'm going to get 2 coilers, I'm going to get a baron, and then I'm going to have birds. But finding a way to win is what really separates the good from the great players. And it didn't work out there, but it definitely shows the level of player that Super JJ is.
Man, Divine Shield, Poisonous Taunt, Amalgadon.
Is that good?
I don't know.
Is that good? I can't tell. Yippee.
There you go. We're doing it, team. All right, so we have the Golden Crackling Cyclone out of nowhere too. So the Beast Spirit here.
She has a monstrous board now. I mean, it's not. Oh, good.
That's a lot of stats on the other side too. Ooh, but we do have the Kangaroo's Apprentice isn't going to bring back anything other than
the snipe on the Mama probably just kind of seals the deal here, because that was getting full value on that with the Rat. There weren't a ton of stats left on the Rag side, but once that goes down and those things are just 2/2s, that's simply not enough.
Yeah,
that's
I mean, this Cave Hydra is so big too. And Sungler is definitely a happy camper right now. She has multiple massive minions that she got from Rag, able to transition into not just one thing, but this Cave Hydra is big enough, doing its job, move it over. Crackling Cyclone.
Are you ready to watch? Are you ready to watch
No,
Dog? Your favorite, your dancing hero favorite Dog. One of your favorite players go up against this fair board.
We have not seen Dog, and he has been up at the top, not taking damage this entire time. I've been trying to focus on what's been happening, but can we talk about how my boy Daryl is at the top? Let's go. Let's show Rag what's up. Come on. Let's do this.
I wouldn't be surprised if Dog goes from whatever health total he is at right now to 0 in one swing. But hey, top 2 with Daryl isn't bad. That's very good.
You're great. Sun Glitters, you're great. I want you to do well in this tournament, but right now I want Dog with Daryl to win so badly. But oh my God, Dog!
He's trying to get like a Murloc,
another poison,
bit of a Murloc transition here, to try and deal with the giant elementals. He's not finding the poison. He is pretty dead. Those Hydras need to do a lot of carrying for him to live to the next turn.
Yeah, 28 Hydras are
a lot of life. But
that's the thing. The Cave Hydras are not big enough. They're going to die to the Kaboom bot, which has 40 health, if I remember correctly, at least.
If Dog does live here, he has a chance with finding some selflesses and more poison.
That was a good hit.
It's going to be a question if he can survive this turn, though.
This hits the no. That needed to hit the Amalgadon to kill the Rag and the Divine Shield. Get the poison into the Kaboom bot.
Yeah, he's alive. So he's got another turn with the Murloc. Murlocs are one of the few things that can actually beat that board. He's gonna have to get really lucky.
Yeah, but that's the thing, is that also too, it takes kind of a turn to prep. You saw him have things in his hand previously, able to start going through the cycles of trying to get stuff to get back in the game. But right now he's just kind of missing the tools. He doesn't have the selfless heroes to give Divine Shields for fair trades. These Cave Hydras aren't quite big enough. He's missing out on getting the taunt spin.
You saw he leveled up and went for the reason he leveled up there is because he wanted to have a chance to discover Amalgadons off the Primal Fin Lookout. So it was kind of like a risky play, but kind of a play you need to make in this spot, because your board isn't going to beat what you saw. And if he does rip double Amalgadon off of that and they high roll, then all of a sudden he has a chance. He ended up not hitting it. He rolled into one eventually, but I don't think this one poisonous Amalgadon is going to be enough. He also always goes second here because he's an Andy.
6 minions,
yeah.
Hey, you know what? Second place, not a bad turnout. I believe also too, between these two players, Dog was higher up in the leaderboard too. So this trade isn't the end of the world. It's not like he's losing a ton of position when it comes down to this.
Yeah, and again, got to be happy. Daryl gets a top 2. Gave himself a chance to find a way to win, but yeah, this rag got online really early, and once she hit the brand plus the little rag on that one turn, it was doomed for the lobby.
Definitely the case. Yeah, that was probably my favorite round so far, or favorite game.
I wonder why that is.
Daryl, there was Sun Glitters coming back with Ragnaros. There's a lot of interesting other comps in the middle that were just kind of trying to find their way. But you know what?
Yep.
I loved being able to come back to see how Daryl almost made it. Almost. I was praying, but oh well.
Yeah, it's very difficult for Daryl to scale past a certain point because you invest in your minions and they get to a certain size, and then it's kind of hard to sell off those minions for buffs, and it just kind of tops out at a certain point. Dog tried to make it work with that transition there at the end, try to find some late game minions to turn it around, but he's got to be happy with the top two there. And I think with that finish, like you mentioned, he was already kind of near the top. So with a number 2 there, he's probably very much in contention going into the final game.
Yeah, we're definitely going to look at that leaderboard right now for you guys to see how that panned out. Because again, Sun Glitters was around, I believe, 6th place. So let's check that out. So she comes up a little bit more, but Dog also got a big chunk. But yeah, we have Lee here, who was just able to get enough points there to just keep his lead substantial.
Yeah, he. The thing is, even with this lead, it's not out of reach though, because if Lee gets a bad hero, gets a top 7, top 8, any of these players in the 2 through 4, it's probably hard for Sun to get all the way back up to top spot, just because everyone above her would have to have a poor game. But I would say any like 670 plus here really have a shot to take it home. Lee is the favorite. If he does well, then he'll be the champion. But still, anything could happen.
Yeah, and
we're jumping right
fingers
in.
crossed. I want to see Super JJ do he's been playing exceptionally well. It just seems like luck has been not on his side. Kind of like the other caster from the earlier qualifiers. Lissa is in chat right now complaining that she got scammed in the earlier rounds of today. And you know what? We didn't able to see a lot of her games, and we saw a little bit of that scam. But Super JJ is absolutely just seems to getting the short end of the stick every single time in this championship.
Yeah, we'll see what hero we got here. We'll see at some point. Hopefully he got a high roll in the hero. No, none of those. That means maybe
there's higher chance of Alec here.
There. Yeah,
there you go. Omu, Rag, and Alec here. Super JJ, this is your moment.
Nope. That's Mustad. Lee got Maiev though. That's a big one. So Maiev is one of the best heroes, and so in first right now, kind of in control of his own destiny. He's Omu.
Super JJ is Momo.
So yeah, this is I think based on heroes here, I like Lee's chances. Even if he doesn't win, if he gets like a top 2, should have a very good chance. This is a nice start here for Pyramid though. It's kind of like one of the best starts. Even gets the better hero power here because that Murloc scales a little bit better than the other one. So everything going well. I used to really like Pyramid back when Megasaur was a thing, because a great hero for Murlocs, and the extra HP from the hero power helped you get to tier 5 where you found your brand and eventually tripled into a Megasaur. Nowadays it's a little bit harder, just because don't have that home run hit with the Megasaur.
I know, and Pyramid is actually one of those heroes like we just see right now that is very good against Ragnaros. She keeping a small board, having high health minions that don't die, just saying, you know what, Ragnaros, if everyone was Pyramid, you would not be meta. But
helping the whole lobby out there, not giving any kills away. Yeah, so this is a good freeze.
Spicy. Yeah, I really like holding this Tide Hunter too, because there's no way you're going to lose this with so much health. So you can hold it and get a double buff with the 1/2.
Yeah, it's one of those things. She's thinking about playing it here. I think either way is okay, because she's probably going to triple that 2/1 at some point anyways. So she wants to play it to make sure she doesn't take damage. I might have greeted it just because I'm a greedy player, but I think either way is fine.
Ooh, it does look like that she actually probably would have lost because there was a 3-3 on board. Would have been able to trade favorably.
So,
so heads up play from Sunglitters. Definitely. Yeah, I'm in the same boat. I like playing greedy. I like pushing the limits of Battlegrounds and just saying what I can get away with.
Limit testing.
So there you go.
Of course. That's what I'm always doing. If I ever don't top 4 in a game, I was just limit testing. I knew I could do something else and obviously win, but I want to try other things to become a better player eventually, right? Right? Anyone on my team on this? No? Oh, okay.
I mean, yes. Again, we were talking about this. I am definitely someone who's on the same page. I'm trying to get something a little bit more skewed. Power, we'll see. All right, so let's see what else we have here. So we have Omu, Jandis, Ragnaros, again, kind of the heroes that you expect taking a lot of damage. And then we do have a couple oddballs here. We do have Pyramid, Sky Captain Crag, and the Curator again. Again, the Curator has not been performing well throughout the course of this tournament. So it's interesting to see another performance try to get squeaked out here.
Yeah, it's in that tier of heroes where you take it if you don't hit one of the good ones, and you're not too happy about it, but it's not the worst. You do get a little bit of a buff to your early game with the amalgam, but it's not a prized hero at all. Did you notice what was out this game, Heatwave? I didn't catch
dragons and what is not was a Nex.
Could be. I haven't seen. I don't think we've seen either of those, but
yeah,
we'll just keep an eye on it.
Also, too, when it comes down to it, this we forgot to hype this up. Like, this is the final game. This is for everything. This is for the championship. This is for the bigger chunk of money. And there's a handful of players that are still able to come out on top, depending on how they do here. So this is it.
This is for all the marbles.
All the marbles, the championship, the money, the title of being the Battle Blitz champion, man.
Bragging rights, all of it. Yep. I feel like I hyped up a little bit, Heatwave, when we
I know, but
like,
we didn't hype it up. This is it. This is the moment. This is weeks and weeks and weeks of qualifiers, or not? Yeah, weeks of qualifiers of people, over 600 contestants or 600 players going at it, and this is the cream of the crop. So.
Another Murloc player here. Jandis does tend to be pretty good with Murlocs. If you hit like a Bagurgle, you can keep popping it back and forth. I think right now there's a Felfin on that board, so that's probably right now the swap target. But WoW gets a tie. That's 25%. Not extremely lucky, but definitely lucky. Okay.
Yeah. And with Jandis too, it's definitely something where you instantly could tell. Right when you saw Jandis not playing pogos, you knew instantly that X were not in the lobby.
I take a 4. Yeah, I was gonna say I take a 5 here every time. So obviously she agrees. You're pretty deep into Murlocs here, and even if you don't hit the brand, which is probably the best unit in this spot, you hit Bagurgle, you get some tempo, or you find one of those other 5 drops that determine direction. So. Again, it's one of those things where it's tempting to buy that triple immediately, but in this spot, you're all about the 5 drop. And look at the health, right? Full health. No reason to not greed on this turn.
Yeah, and a reminder, chat guys, make sure you enter the giveaway. As long as you're typing in chat, this is the time to do it. So type in chat, get entered in the giveaway as long as you're here. Even if you've been quiet this whole time, if you can hear my voice, say something in chat, say hello. We're waving back. I know we're not actively typing in chat, but we are reading it. Hello. Greetings and well met. And make sure you guys check in and get some Hearthstone swag. Let's do this, guys. This is it. This final game. All right, let's go. We have the Curator. Ooh, with the early Light Fang. Again, we haven't been really impressed by Light Fang almost at all recently, but it is early. Maybe
it's early, and Curator is a decent hero for it, right? Kind of synergizes, but I mean, taking a chunk here, 1/3 of your health right there gone, and didn't even have a full board. So I don't know. I just
Also, Curator is just one of those minion or one of those heroes that actually gets actively worse without mechs. Without the Annoya module, being able to
yep.
give your large minion that you're most likely creating Divine Shield is a huge issue.
I'm a
So
little
even
surprised.
though, yeah,
So sorry, I didn't want to interrupt you, but this was kind of a big decision. Sun decided to not buy it this turn. Instead, she went for hero power and freeze. I think the thinking is she wants to keep the selfless because the selfless is just so good later on. Because you could sell the selfless, sell the 3/3, not get the hero power, and you do have to be down a unit. But you get the unit immediately. I think it's this is fine as well. She's probably not going to get that much stronger by taking it unless she gets a Begurtle. Like what she wants is Bran. But I think my instinct would be to take it there. But yeah, it's definitely a decision point, and it's safer.
Yeah, I really like this. It's at 40 health. She has the health as a resource. I think her taking anywhere above 9.5 stats of damage or points of damage is probably pretty low. So I think she'll be okay. Or is it 9.4? Something probably around 9.
there. I knew what you were going with there. Yeah, the magic number for all things Dreads related is 9.4. Yeah.
There you go. We got there, team.
in the end, we get there. Not going to be a lot of damage here. I think she doesn't kill the Bolvar, but
it's 9 damage.
Not the worst.
Definitely more than that. So yeah, hey, can't get much closer.
Yeah,
called it. Cast.
And here is the moment of truth.
A drum roll, please.
Yeah, this is money on the line. What does she come up with?
Oh, Nomi can get the job done.
Yeah,
we do have the Crackling Cyclone. Can get stuff.
Good shot
can do things
for
here.
Nomi. I think it's the clear choice there. It'll be interesting to see. Wow, I was going to say, it's going to be interesting to see if she can survive, because sometimes you don't hit the elementals in time, and then you just kind of die, but this is several really good elementals early on here.
What do you think about this party elemental? Generally, it's like, I always tend to, especially with Nomi, I tend to sell it pretty quickly, because the 1/1 stats are middling at best. Compared to the War Leader that was buffing up those other 2 Murlocs.
Agree. Yeah, I definitely think this turn, there's a lot to think about. And eventually the Murlocs are going to go. I do agree this turn, I think I like selling the Party Elemental and keeping the War Leader. Just because the attack is relevant on the Murlocs, because you spend a lot of hero power is getting these Murlocs to where they can free kill. But if they don't have much attack, they don't do a whole lot. It's a small thing, and they're all going to go in a turn or two.
Of course.
Yeah, I agree. I think I would have liked to keep that for just one more turn.
Yeah, I definitely obviously I understand the reasoning here. It's definitely something where she's investing in the minions that are going to stick around, for sure. But
right, because the party elemental does provide a little bit of extra buffs in the coming turns, right? But I guess for me, since I'm playing a strategy that requires a lot of time to scale up, I just don't want to die. All right, and this is a big chunk. And this can be the problem with Nomi, where she should get a lot stronger next turn, but it's still in chance for Ghost. Oh, she hits the Ghost. So that's a big deal.
Yep. Back to Dog, or not back to Dog, but we have Dog with Alec here. Again, a lot of Murloc players right now getting the Toxfin coming down. So again, this is all the same lobby, so don't get too disoriented here.
Well, that's a shock.
Here a little bit. No Bran, but yeah, this is impressive stuff. We do have multiple poisons. They have a good amount of health, but they're still pretty tiny compared to some of the other stuff that like Rag and Pyramid had.
Yeah, he probably takes it this turn. I'm trying to think ahead to what he will buy of the shop. I think you definitely buy the Lookout. You probably buy the Felfin. I don't think I'm buying the second War Leader. Because you really want to roll into a Bran. He's on tier 5, and Bran is what really makes it work. But yeah, we'll see if I'm right on that. My guess is buy the Primal Fin, buy the Felfin, and take a roll.
Yeah,
you could even not do the Felfin, but
we can get the Primal Fin first, sell the Cold Light Seer, play the Lookout, and possibly get a third War Leader as well. So you can have, you have a few more options when it comes to finding that triple, and you do that first prior to ever even thinking about the War Leader in shop.
Yeah, so that's kind of the decision point. Like, do you want to buy those two and roll for a chance at Bran? Because Bran makes the Lookout way more powerful. Or do you want to have a chance for a triple on that turn? I guess my thinking is that the triple, there's not a whole lot of 6-drops that are great for you right now. So anyways, we'll see what he decides to go. Definitely a decision point, like how you order it, and if you want to roll or if you want to try to go for the triple. We'll see what he goes for. He's going to go with your line. He's going to play it first. Doesn't hit the triple.
He had a chance at 2 triples there with the Tide Hunter and the War Leader there. So unlucky. You could see him.
So now he's not even going to buy the stats. He's just going to try to find more poison. And this is a triple, but he's not. You can see him pausing. I don't know if he wants to invest in it. He's not going to.
Yeah, definitely looking for that Divine Shield. The Selfless Hero. He's looking for that poisonous build for sure.
Yeah, that for me just kind of tells you about the meta, right? Like the 6-drops, it was 6 gold there to upgrade your board a bit and get a 6-drop. And it just, there isn't really enough for him on 6 to go for it.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be interesting to see what happens when next balance patch comes out for Battlegrounds, because it is just so much, all the powers in Tavern Tier 5.
Yeah, I expect them to change it in some way. You know, some thoughts are moving Little Rag up a tier, or Nomi up a tier. Nomi to tier 6 feels kind of bad, but also you could move some of the 6-drops to 5 while you do that. I think there's definitely potential to switch it up a bit. But yeah, I feel like there should be more upside to tripling into a 6. And right now, it's really only Caligos or Malgadon is like a 1-of unit. That you're really looking for on 6.
Or on the left side of the screen, we do see that Jandis Murloc comp really doing well. Ragnaros with multiple Divine Shields popping off as well. This is definitely scary. There's a lot of stats, but
not enough stats on these Murlocs. I think that was a good hit. Okay, maybe.
Yeah.
Gets a tie. That was a lucky tie. That was a very lucky tie. Looking at the stats, I could definitely tell it was like a will I live. Misses out on the ghost here. So that's another big thing. So he's going to have to play Lee here to stay alive.
Yeah, Dog's going to start popping off here, getting some triples. Again, missing anything of any value for him. He still has the Primal Fin Lookout. He can look for more stuff, but this is not looking good for Dog.
It just feels bad without the brand. I mean, it's hard to... He's just trying to go for like the Poisonous Divine Shield strat, which you don't necessarily need brand for, but it's much harder to find triples off of the Lookout. And also depends a lot on matchups. Like this type of a board just gets demolished by let's say mechs or something, because you just don't have the stats. I don't know what Lee is playing. I don't know if we've seen the Maiev in a while, but it really comes down to matchups on whether or not Dog can survive here.
Oh, it's getting down to the end of the day here. Again, this is the final, like everyone's getting low on health, except for Jandis, because she's Jandis. But she's doing it without mechs. So this is just an incredibly interesting lobby. We do see Curator going out early, but we have our Baron with the Selfless. Imp Mama is just going to be fodder down the line to get sold for something. Another potential triple, but this is not looking good for Dog right now. Getting low on health.
Yeah, definitely like a golden Selfless in this comp is really cooking. He does have a lot of poison now though. Four poisonous minions. So depending on the matchup, if it is just big stats, he can still win. And that is a pretty good matchup, I would say, for Dog here.
I know there's a lot of Divine Shields coming out here.
That's too many shields up, I think.
Yeah. It's a good trade. I mean, the old Murkai getting something out of it, but... and it doesn't land.
Yeah, not quite enough here.
Mama is going to knock him out.
Not quite
Too
enough.
much damage.
Close to getting there.
Going down.
It was
just
missing a golden Selfless and a little more stats. Wow. Wait, is that Pirates?
Yeah.
Someone's playing Pirates?
Is in the elemental. This is the masquerade and expansion, or I mean, this is pirates. Yeah, that is Hogger.
Is this a new minion type? What is this? How do these units work? Have we seen them at all today?
He's got a golden.
They're pretty thick.
Oh my god.
Yeah, that's a lot of pirate.
Yeah. But hey, let's talk about this for a second, because he's about to go against Jandis, and Jandis is bound to have poisonous. So he does have that golden selfless. He has a lot of stats. He's playing APM pirates.
The problem is the Hoggers aren't that big, and so they will. And he doesn't have the attack buffers. He sold off the Eliza. Yep, boat. I guess. He's gonna go with the boat. He's probably gonna ditch a Hogger.
He's got to ditch Hogger. Hogger is not worth it anymore, right? He just sold a Wind Fury. He's okay. So
I mean, the Baron's great, right? He wants the Baron with the selfless. It depends on how likely you are to win this fight. I feel like we're probably an underdog going into this one, and so that's why I kind of like keeping as much combat stats as possible on the board. But and you see the bad news here. Pirates go up against the fish.
Yeah, and the fish just have enough stats to not die on the first attack too against a lot of these pirates.
Yeah.
So
it's tough. Pirates are just in a hard spot, and I mean he had a pretty good pirate board, but that's the thing. Even when you high roll the pirates, it's still hard to win. They can't get Divine Shield, and it's just tough.
Was there ever a way that if he got the boat with like Dread Admiral and the Wind Fury pirate, that scaled him enough to be able to kill or tie? Because he that wasn't a 0% chance. He had a chance there still.
Yeah,
but those
I think I would have liked.
Really seemed to weigh him down.
I think I would have definitely liked the boat in and with the Baron, just to have a chance to scam on that turn. I mean, he's having to make a lot of decisions in a very short amount of time. Like you already don't have much time with it. But it was, definitely something that could have maybe changed the outcome.
Yep, and Sunglooter's popping off with the Nomi.
Right? Yeah. And
going up against Jandis.
I don't know if there's enough stats.
Yeah, so she does have the the Omega Wind Fury, for lack of a better term, the Mega Wind Fury Crackling Cyclone here. That hopefully she's going to be trying to be able to pick off some things without.
That's a good pickup. That's a big.
Yeah.
That could kill 2 Murlocs if she gets lucky, or chunk one. I still don't think it's enough stats though.
So
because
this is something that I just want to point out, that the second attack of this Crackling Cyclone is going to be of vital importance if it hits a poisonous minion. So there's one not into a poisonous minion, second one into a poison minion. That was worst case scenario for Sunglitters. However, she still has this other Wildfire Elemental that does take off the Divine Shield, but this looks a little bit too big.
Maybe a tie? No, one health left on that, and that is just a tragedy. So close to the tie.
Luck with that first attack too. Oh man, there was definitely a chance for her to be able to come out on top there. Heartbreaking.
So the last 2 people here, this is Mustache and who was playing Jandis? I'm trying to remember, like where they are on the standings, because
12 wins.
I think it's 12. Yeah. Okay, 12 wins on Jandis. So 12 wins was up there, so he should be in a good spot, I think, to take it home.
This is also one of those things where I want to point out too that the golden Spawn of N'Zoth this late game against such big stats doesn't seem to get the job done, even with golden and even with Baron. He needs like a triple Baron, or it's just not enough stats. These minions are just going to get eaten alive, and he really wants
needs
multiple
more
Divine Shields on poisonous. Yeah, there's just Ragnaros getting second place here is great for Mustache, but that's it.
Yeah, more selfless, more poison, and sometimes you just don't find it, right? I mean, I'm sure Mustache knows that that's what he wants, but instead he is going to put his faith in the boat. Boat won't let us down.
All right, Twitch chat.
100% win.
100% boat. We got this.
There's no chance boat doesn't do it for us.
Boat.
He should have buffed
Come
the boat for
on,
good
boat.
luck. Okay, boat.
All right,
I don't know how you're going to do it, but let's see it, buddy.
That ghoul, I think, is already. Yeah, this is for everything too. And with that ghoul play by 12 wins, that just, I think, took out.
It's just
the
too many
chance
stats.
that Mustache
Way
has.
too many
Yeah,
stats on the Murlocs.
these
And
Murlocs
this
are
is
going to
gonna
win.
be-
This means 12 wins is going to be the winner of the Battle Blitz with Jandis without mechs. We were talking about it all tournament long, how Jandis just doesn't really get the job done without mechs, and she's not a top tier hero, but able to pull it off without mechs. That was quite the performance. 12 wins.
That's really what separates the very, very good players from the great ones, right? Like if you won it with Pogos, it's like, yeah, I mean that's still impressive, but to do it with Murlocs and in dominating fashion, I mean that last fight, I didn't see the percentage, but it must have been heavily favored. Really impressive stuff from the guy that's number one. I think going into the day he was number one on the NA leaderboard. He had to come win some money, and so he might have dropped a spot or two.
Take a break from just dominating the leaderboard, and you know what? I'm gonna go win $4,000, easy cash money in the bank, and
definitely
then come
one of
back.
my.
I'm gonna probably take it back.
Don't want to brag too much, but definitely one of my favorites for the tournament, and an arena player. Those arena players,
nice.
they're very talented. I'm not biased or anything.
Hey, you know what? Arena players, a lot of people sharpen their teeth playing in the arena. It's something that hones your senses to Hearthstone, whether it's Battlegrounds or Standard or Wild even. It's a lot of really interesting stuff. So Arena, Battlegrounds, Standard, all the different play modes, great stuff. And let's be honest, too, single player content is awesome too. Hearthstone is a wonderful game, and you know what? Esports Arena Battle Blitz, thank you so much for putting on this community tournament. It has been an absolute blast. We're going to look at the leaderboard for you guys right now to see who came up on top. We have 12 wins coming out on top with $4,000 walking away in his pocket. We have Lee in second place. He was last minute coming into this. Again, a leaderboard dominator, but it was invited here because we did have some unfortunate circumstances with Wobble Wheezy, not able to participate due to him being hit with a tornado. We have Artem Beast, our top qualifier, being able to get third place here. Sun Glitters in fourth place. P Mustache fifth. Dog in sixth. Born in seventh. Super JJ. Great job getting into the finals, but better luck next time, man. Seriously, you did a great job, but I felt the scam. I apologize on a personal level.
I think Super JJ was really fun to watch today. It was a lot of unconventional stuff that even if it didn't win, it gave him a chance. So it's always a pleasure to cast that kind of stuff. And man, congrats again to Victor, aka 12 wins on taking it home.
Yeah, guys. Now we're going to take a quick break because we're going to be setting up a winners interview with 12 wins. So we're going to take a quick 5-minute break, get him online, and just talk to him and see how he feels. But don't go anywhere. Remember that this Battle Blitz tournament was brought to you by Esports Arena, Bytes Events, Hearthstone and Blizzard, and of course the Marines. And make sure you guys don't go anywhere. Can't wait to talk to 12 wins. Congratulations! Don't go anywhere. Don't go anywhere.
Searching for meaning in a relentless world, always connected, but somehow alone, trapped by illusion. We offer another path, where the battle to belong begins. Awakened by a calling, united by the cause you fight for. No one can take away
You are in this Marine.
what it means to be among the few, the proud, the Marines.
And with that, we have 12 Wins HS here with us. He is our Battle Blitz champion. Guys, this was an incredible performance. He did a great job. And of course, It's been a long day with me, Heatwave and Dreads, but you know what? Our time is over. It is here to talk to 12 wins. 12 wins! How are you feeling, sir? You are the Battle Blitz champion, taking home a cool $4,000 and all the bragging rights in the world.
Dude, it feels really unreal. My goal for this tournament is top 8. After I saw the lineup, I see all the participants. I feel like it's a super, super tough lineup. It's basically just the best player in EU and they you put them together and that's this lineup, right? So I was like, if I'm above average in this lineup, I'm happy, right? That's my goal for today. But I overachieved it. I got very lucky, At the end, I got a couple of Gendis game. There's one game in there that I was not very lucky. I lost 8% and 15% back to back and died. But hey, overall, I think my RNG today is great. I feel very blessed. I think all other players played very well as well. Also, big shout out to Wobble. He couldn't make it today because of Hurricane. He has been grinding too, so big shout out to him as well. He's not to be forgotten.
Yeah,
I feel amazing right
safe.
now. It's crazy.
That's awesome, man. Congratulations again. Now, but tell me, I was really interested when that final game came around and you saw Jandis, but without mechs. What was your thought process? Is it still an auto pick for you? Do you generally like playing her without the pogo hopper shenanigans?
Yeah, I don't think Jandis Pogo is the strongest strategy. I only think Jandis with Murloc, it is the best strategy. It is harder to pull off because Pogo, you just pick Pogo, 2 of them, you're done. Murloc is harder to pull off, but it's much harder to counter in the late game because you have all the poisonous, you have extra economy with your hero power, extra buff, and it's a really strong late game comp compared to Pogos. Because Pogos, you can still get all skill sometime if you don't find the brand, right? So yeah, I still think Jandis is really, really strong in the late game. It's really good for a top 1 for the meta right now. Jandis is better for top 1 compared to Rag. Rag is like a top 4 hero, very secure, but Jandis is going for the top. And I need that win at the very end because I saw I was behind on points. So I just snap pick it. I think it was the best.
So I've got 2 definitely questions. Showed it to us. Go for it, Trez.
One kind of troll question. I want to hear how Arena made this moment happen. All those Arena games you grinded, first on the leaderboard in Arena, how did that lead to you winning this tournament? It was everything, right, Victor?
Yes. Without grinding so much Arena, being the most... I grinded the most game in Arena, right, for a year. Like, I have the most game played. Without that, I couldn't have the stamina. Just sit every day for 10 hours of Battlegrounds. And I will never play Hearthstone, so
Arena
started me
stamina.
playing Hearthstone.
And my one other question off the top of my head, Victor, is what do you think about the meta overall? Do you like it? Do you think there could be improvements? If you were going to improve it, what direction you would take? Just your kind of overall thoughts on where we're at in Battlegrounds.
I usually don't give out my opinion about the meta because my goal is not to enjoy the game as other people they do. My goal is just to win. But to talk about the meta, I can still have some opinion. The hero is not very balanced right now. That's the only thing that is bad. Everything else I think is great. I think the late game composition have a lot of skill. It's very skill relevant. How do you position? Divine Shield versus Poison. Like, those are the things you have to think about. It's no longer just Caligos, buff, and find Adina anymore. There's a lot of detailed things. Economy. How do you arrange your economy with the elementals? Because a lot of elemental cards give you extra economy, right? You have to actually plan your turns. How do you maximize your shop into your economy, right? So those are the things that I think are very skill relevant, and I think it's a good meta. Just the hero balance, they still need to change it a little bit up. Rag and Jandis is way too strong. Also Maiev. Those are the 3 problem hero. After those 3 get balanced, I think it will reach a perfect state of the meta.
Yeah, I mean, you really showed us that you definitely know your stuff. And when it comes down to it, I think all tournament long, we were talking about how Jandis wasn't going to be able to pull out on top when it comes to Nomax. But you know what? You definitely know your stuff. Congratulations, man. But before we go, is there anything else you want to tell your fans out there, everyone else who's been watching over these past couple weeks?
Yeah, I really, really appreciate everyone who supported me and watched me. even the people like Ben in chat, I got the temper when I'm losing games. So I gotta say sorry to the people I ban as well. Just everyone who come across to my stream, I'm really thankful. It means a lot. It's a journey. It doesn't end here, right? It's a good start. Now Battlegrounds are getting tournaments and the prize pool is getting large. So this is an amazing time to play Battlegrounds for anyone who love to compete. I really, really appreciate this opportunity and all the fans who support me.
What are you going to buy with the cash, Victor? If you got one thing in mind, what are you going to get?
Probably moving to a new apartment next year. So I'm going to save the money for that.
That's practical. All
Let
right.
me invest in the stream
it.
a little bit more. Get out of the kitchen. I'm streaming in the kitchen
makes
every
sense.
day. Yeah.
I like
Just keep
it.
the rice
you know
cooker.
what? You know what?
We need the rice cooker.
Yeah, we'll keep that.
Dreads and I would like to definitely cheers to you, sir. You did a wonderful job. Congratulations
Cheers to
again.
the champ.
Cheers.
Dink.
Thank you.
Cheers.
I don't have the Hearthstone mug, but this will do.
Well, we need to get
It's
you
okay.
one. I can find you something. We'll figure it out.
You can buy
And
one with
everyone,
all that money you won. All right.
That
Okay,
is
I will do
12
that.
wins.
For sure.
That is 12 wins. And everyone, remember in chat, if you want to win just like 12 wins, well, maybe not, as impressive. You can type in giveaway or just say something in chat. Get your hands on some Hearthstone swag. We didn't see, Mr. Bigglesworth today, but you can get some cool swag when it comes to like some Solomance Academy stuff. So make sure you do that. And again, this was the Esports Arena Battle Blitz Tournament brought to you by Blizzard, Bytes Events, and the Marines. Everyone, I hope you guys had a wonderful time. Dreads, is there anything else you would like to say before we roll out?
I think we covered it all. It was a pleasure casting with you, and it was a really enjoyable event. Thanks for having us, and here's to more and more Battlegrounds events going forward. I hope this is just the beginning of a lot of fun events to come.
Definitely. And with that, guys, good night and good luck, and more Hearthstone action coming at you guys. Esports Arena, all socials, esportsarena.com. Good night.